Whoa, music. Music is allowed to have words in it because this is the Marvel Rivals soundtrack I'm bopping to, and it's so loud. Hello, hi. I see we have a hype train happening already. What is going on, True-mates? Miss Direwolf, thank you for gifting a sub. Also, Selma, very kind, gifting subs. Y'all getting things started early before I was even here. OBS hath forsaken me. It said, actually, no audio sources for you at all, period. None of them. You thought you wanted audio sources? You can't have them. No. But yay! Can we rotate for Selma and for Miss Direwolf, please? I saw you guys were rotating already before I started, which is likely because of that, but more rotation for them. Yippee! Are you guys ready for more Marvel Rivals today? I am ready for more Marvel. Are you ready for more Marvel Rivals today? Tongue twister, apparently, for me. Because I'm ready. I have prepared us a whole slew of silhouettes to take a look at. Oh, you can watch me put lotion on my face. That's interesting. That's funny. Fell asleep last time. Do we do Venom yet? No. At the end, we'll be taking some suggestions. I actually received very little in the way of people who wanted, who had specific ones they wanted me to see after I had finished the stream last time. So we're just gonna do the ones I think of, the ones that I want to take a look at instead. If you're doing Emma Frost, I found a comic cover that features every outfit she's worn. Oh, Emma Frost is in there, our newest blonde white woman in the color palette of primarily white and blue. However, I will give this blonde white woman in the color palette of blue and white more points probably than the others because she at least has a slightly better silhouette than the other girlies. She's got a less samey body type as they do, and she also has a little bit more going on in her clothing, so she gets that much at least. But we are gonna play a silhouette game to start off today, and yeah, we'll do that. Wait, actually, I gotta open my design rubric. I forgot. Meow, 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 give me rubric. I'm getting like right into it today, but I don't have to. I can yap, I can take roll, I can chill, I can relax. There's nothing going on that I need be stressed about in any way. They really don't exaggerate women's bodies as much as men's, do they? Here's the thing, they exaggerate the men's bodies, but they exaggerate all of them in the exact same manner. You'll see that when we start doing our silhouette testing today. You'll see that they do them exactly the same way, which is not to their benefit, unfortunately. They end up still being very much the same. You'll see. And he's like, can I really yap as a treat? I can permit myself have a little yap as a treat. Probably gave her thicker thighs, make her stand out more since she normally is more of a supermodel body type. I'm glad they gave her a little bit more of something to stand out because I do think there's just in general, across the board, a same body type issue in general. And in doing my little silhouette testing that we can make for guessing today, it became so much more apparent to me just how much trouble there is with it in this game. I would say it is almost, in some of these cases, worse than Genshin Impact. Genshin thus far had the worst silhouettes I had seen, at least in game, had the worst silhouettes I had seen from a game. But I would say in some of the cases of these characters, it's actually worse. somehow they're like, okay, girly and skin tight outfit with more or less the same haircut, number 3. Yeah, it's really saying something. I know a lot of games have that going on, but I don't know. I don't know. Otherwise, for the most part, this game goes quite well. For the most part, and it's all pretty good. Wow, there's a lot of voiced stuff in this OST. I thought there'd be a lot less voiced music in it. That's okay. We're allowed to. It's the soundtrack of the game. And with a tank, she's going to be thick for identification purposes. That's the other thing. We're going to be looking at them to determine whether or not we can visually see that they are... what role they play in the story or how you play as them. So for her to be a little bit thicker to be a tank probably is good, but she's still fully unarmored. We'll get there. We'll discuss her later when we get there. Let me take roll and also tell you of the couple of things that I guess have occurred since you last saw me. Number 1, guess what? Oh, I paid my taxes. Ouch. Oof. Ouchie. That hurt. The pain of the taxes. Ouchie. Wasn't as bad as I thought it'd be. It was actually less than I expected, but still. Ow. No evasion? False. No. I am an upstanding citizen. I do the right thing. Oh, there's a raid. Hello. Hi, Huntress Wayne. Welcome in, raiders. I am Squeiji, freelance artist fungi, also art educator. And we're going to be looking at some Marvel Rival character designs here in a minute. Right now I'm yapping because we just got here. I'm talking about how I did my taxes and kind of wanted to cry a little bit. It took me an hour. I'm pretty good at doing taxes. I've been doing them for years now for freelance. Kind of used to it. And I keep good notes, but oh, the damage on my psyche. Oh. And my home office doesn't qualify as a home office because it's too small. So before I was once upon a time before I moved, I could claim my home office for like electricity and all that, because that's really all I used it for, was working. Can't do that anymore because the office is such a small percentage of the house, they don't let me claim it at all. And I'm like, Oh, and second, because I didn't pay for a full year of grad school, I actually missed the cutoff to get, tax forgiveness partially. As a result of being a student and paying for education, I missed the cutoff for that. Guess by how much I missed that cutoff? Guess how much? $30. I missed the cutoff by 30 bucks. It needed to be like an even number of like something with like a 500 or whatever, and it was 30 below, and therefore I had to pay $300 more in taxes. How is that fair? $30 causes me to pay 300? Whack. Anyways, I had to finish my tax tangent. The Huntress Wayne, what were you guys up to for a stream? I hope you had a good time.
My name is Gary Fungo. I never pay my taxes, and you should too. What are they going to do? The government can never arrest us all. They don't have enough jails for that. Gary here, have no worries. Had twice the daily amount of rocks already, so all good.
Why does Gary start every sentence with Gary here? Hello, it's Gary. Gary, we know who you are. We've met you before. Also, number 1, I'll do your taxes. They're not due yet. You will not be committing tax fraud. I am your parent and I'm claiming you as a dependent. I did your taxes for you, so whatever you did, not a problem. I don't care. Not a problem. And I'm glad you had enough rocks for your daily limit. You're high on iron, and I'm glad. Your minerals have been achieved. He's greeting us like he's in a YouTube video intro. Yeah, I see that. Gary is adjusting to the limelight quite well. Jay Plays, thank you for following. Oh, huh? What is going on? What are they gonna do? The government can never arrest all of us? They don't have jails for that? Gary, that's not true. Don't tempt them. Don't. Oh, good, E.G., we do taxes differently where I live. I'm jealous of you, Lance. Tax season is abysmal here. It sucks. And it's because they want it to. They want it to suck so that you'll spend $300 to make sure you don't get audited by the IRS. Did I, in fact, spend a couple $100 to make sure I don't get audited by the IRS to make sure all my taxes were correct? Yeah. Yeah. But I didn't pay like a platform. I didn't pay like a TurboTax. I pay a person who looks at my taxes and goes, okay. This form is supposed to be here, actually. Oh, you need to actually check this box. Okay.
What's up, everybody? It's your boy Gary here. Make sure to smash that like button and subscribe.
Thanks, Gary. Also, I think the reason people aren't seeing my YouTube lives anymore is because people don't like the stream, which is okay. I don't really care that much. But if you enjoy watching it, consider liking the YouTube streams. Because YouTube is actually, I think, suppressing me right now for some reason, and I'm not quite sure why. So maybe we can work together and figure out if that's the problem. Thank you, Gary, for your for plugging me very kindly. Reminded Iris is one thing the Joker wouldn't mess with. Yeah, no, I'm not going to get involved
Okay,
with
Carl
them.
doesn't need to pay taxes, so neither do I.
Great, new spelling. Thanks, Riku.
Hey, Gary here. On today's episode, we will be eating rocks and explaining why joining illegal groups is dope.
What? Gary, we're not going to be doing any of those things here today. We're talking about Marvel Rivals. Also, you do still need to pay your taxes. If you don't, that's your problem. You don't even live in this country. The IRS has nothing on you. You don't live in this country. What is happening? Gary, what is your deal? Gary really started rebellious phase and has completely decided that he is just going to stay that way. There we go. New word for the banned word list. He didn't really choose violence. He's not really being violent. He's just having some strange things to say. Hi, pumpkin toes. Okay, let me take a roll real quick. I'm done complaining about me doing my taxes. They went fine. If you haven't done your taxes yet, do me a favor. Do them like today. Don't wait until the 15th because they will take you longer than you think they will. Anyways, who's here? Shroommates, who's here? Let's take roll. I see Attitude of Loopsy, Captain Bella Luna, Knife Wife Bella Song, Calico Tux, Viraku, Nilo, Rex Tauti, Salama, Ox Machina, I Like to Thrive Rolena, Birdie, Nocturne Deer, Yummy, Star Heron, Animal Guy, hello. YouTube Shroommates, who's here? I see Game Loser. Data Sate San? Aaron, Air Pilot. Hello. Will you cover Namor today? Yes, Namor is in here today. Also, yes. Zigover Zags. Hello. Hi, Mythic. Gary's radically anti-establishment as Twitch makes him. That's okay. He can be radically anti-establishment if he wants to be. I support it, honestly. I support it. I am anti-establishment, but I can't do that in a place where the powers that be, where the man could be listening to me. Like here. I can't be doing that where I'm leaving a footprint. How do you say Namor? I don't know. Am I saying it wrong? I've never heard this man's name spoken aloud, so I don't know how to say it. Oh! Found candy floss! Squeegee's just anti-free speech. That's not even remotely true. That's not even remotely true at all. I cannot believe you would say that. That's crazy. You can say whatever you want. You can have it. You can say whatever you want. But that doesn't mean I'm going to permit it here. Don't say that about me. Don't say that about me. Don't start allegations. No. Toki Idol, thank you for following. Namor. Oh, is it Namor? Okay, I will try and remember that. Namor, like the horse neigh. Okay, I'll try and remember that when we get to him. Bet. Thank you. We don't talk about his history with the Fantastic Four. Concern. I have a concern in my heart. We won't talk about it, question mark. Actually, we probably will. Oh, other things. Hang on, let me do some real quick housekeeping. Allegations?
What's up, everybody? Gary here. This is a Marvel Rivals design critique stream because the IRS will marvel at Gary's abilities to rival them.
We've come full circle. Gary, every sentence you do is like you're introducing yourself to a YouTube chat. That'll be, when I finally edit this video down, that'll be the intro. It'll be Gary. Miss the first one, glad you're here for the second one. I'm glad you could make it. We don't talk about his history of the Invisible Woman specifically. Uh-oh. Oh no, what'd she do? Oh no, what happened? I'm concerned. Hi, Bugs. I have concern in my heart. We'll find out. Wait, hang on. New backstory. Oink. We'll see what happened. Hi, Dungeon Slime. The allegations were Ruku said I don't support free speech because I don't let you guys say the word that starts with a C and has a middle of UL and ends with the letter T. I don't think that's actually causing that. I'll be talking about it. Oh, okay, sorry. Maybe we won't talk about it. Or maybe we will. We'll find out when we get there. Other things I need to talk about before we start though. However, let me back on track, mates. Things. A week from tomorrow, our extra credit assignment is due. Our extra credit assignment is due a week from tomorrow. Our extra credit assignment, what is it, you may ask? Can you design a character that gets a 0 out of 10 on my character design rubric? Or just in general, just a 0 out of 10, fully terrible, no points character design. Can you make one? If you can, or if you want to. Exclamation point extra credit. You can go there and submit yours if you like. Next Friday deadline, before stream. We're gonna have a review stream next Friday, and I'm gonna grade all of them. Yippee! Hi, Sanazam! Mythic, I see you typing in binary, and I can tell that you've done 4 letters, so I can make an accurate guess as to what it is. Don't try me. Didn't know there was an assignment due? No, it's not an assignment. We call it extra credit for a reason. It's not something you have to do. It's just a little fun, silly extra thing if you would like to do it. It will benefit your grade, mayhaps, but you don't have to do it by any means. So if your grade is in dire position, then maybe. But you should be okay. Yeah, you should be okay. You should be okay. Would a blank paper do it? Nothing gets past you. A blank paper is a concept with the intent of doing nothing, so you'd still get a point for concept. So no, that's not a 0. You gotta at least draw something. Will cult design get a 0? Just because I dislike something does not mean... The whole point of the rubric is that it's unbiased. No. False. Not true. Nope. Translate the binary, assume your guess is correct. Yeah, oh, for sure it's correct. For sure it's correct. This implies eventually gonna get a Shroomate grading stream? I'm grading the 0 out of 10 zero-chan designs. What do you mean, lads? Even a lack of a concept is a concept. Yes, everything is concept, be careful. That's where I'm not gonna get a 0. I already know what grade I get. Won't be a 0. Anyways, I think that was all of my housekeeping I had. So let me teleport us somewhere so we can look at said rubric. Nope. False. That's not where we're supposed to be. Good try, though. Nice try. Try again. There we go. Here's where I want to be. Something about grading a design that's meant to get a 0. I know. It is kind of funny. Does anyone who gets a 0 get something? You get a cookie from me personally. I will give you specifically personally one of my cookie models made. Music blasted out of nowhere? Oh no! Who got the lowest score last stream? Oh, out of the Marvel Rivals characters? I think it was Black Widow, if I remember correctly. I don't remember what grades I gave last stream. My memory is so bad, I could have forgotten everything that happened between the last time I was there and now. I got nothing. The only thing I remember what I thought about their designs, but I don't remember specific numbers, unfortunately. So, step 1, if we're gonna talk about these designs, disclaimers. Hi, I'm Squeiji, freelance artist fungi, also art educator. I taught character design for a couple of years at the university level. The thoughts I have here are just mine. They are not the end all be all. It's just one character designer's thoughts. You are free to disagree with me and dislike what I just say. If you want to be civil about it in the comments, go for it. You can argue with me all you want, just be nice. Or I'll cry. Someone's just gonna submit Tainari back view for 0 rubric character? No. I don't need that psychic damage, and that's not a 0. So, other things I have to say. I am not the most well-versed Marvel person out there. I've seen, I think, a whole 3 Marvel movies and read 2 comic runs, and that is it. But I have attempted to do some research into some of the background of these characters, and I also have hopes that you guys fill in my knowledge often, because you guys tend to be much better informed about these kinds of things, because I can only know so much information and fit so many things into my skull. You guys are probably specialists on this. More of you are if you're here. Yeah, we've got our Marvel people here. You're my sources on polling. Yeah. Damon Belmont, thank you for following. Tynavia? See, that would be an interesting one if you fused them, yeah. Mythic is also a Marvel person. Mythic, what are you not? You are somehow a Hawkeye Star Rail person and also a Guilty person and also a Marvel Rivals person. You're an everything person. You got all of them under lock. A lot of housekeeping. Just a little housekeeping. Not that much housekeeping. Wait, so what happens if someone just submits a design that causes psychic damage that be lower than a 0? Maybe we can have a category. You know how I have here my squares that are for the EG bias category? Maybe I can have a bias category that just is receives psychic damage for a bonus point. And Gundam? Okay, that's fair, I see. Also an HSR Genshin Marvel Gets It Gear person. I'm accumulating people who seem to like all of the things I talk about. I see. So, hang on, we gotta focus. We gotta actually like pay attention here. So, I did discuss a lot of these designs about a week or so ago with Billy, one of the mods and one of my besties, because they are much more familiar with all of the Marvel Rival things going on, just so I could format my thoughts a little bit. So I have thoughts prepared for most of these fellas right out the gate. But I do still have my cold reads for you, because that's something I like to do. I like to come to characters as fresh as I can and give you a cold read, so that we can figure out if they're working well or not. And my knowledge of this game is as follows. I played it once for about 4 hours. And I believe that was it. I think that might have been it. I think I played it once for 4 hours, and as far as I'm aware, it's kind of an Overwatch clone with the MCU universe over it. And that is all I know. So far, I only got Genshin Star Rail with me. Once you get to Hawkeye, we could add that. Hawkeye Impact 3rd will appear eventually. Maybe. I'm taking a Hoyoverse break right now. EG's audience is entirely people who either know absolutely nothing or deep lore about the topics no in between. Yeah, but then those of you who don't know anything about these games, you're learning about it. Best I get is knowing 90s cartoons and MCU. Yeah. You guys get the opportunity to learn, to broaden your horizons. Same as me, because I, prior to talking about any of these games, knew nothing about them. I'm learning about them for you for stream, and I'm broadening my horizons as a result, which helps me as a character designer, because then I know more of what's out there, what's going on. I can help people design Genshin OCs very well now. I am now a consultant. When people want things to look like Genshin, I'm like, here are the 19 things you need to stick on that character to make it look like Genshin. Which is now a new thing I can say. Yeah. So, here is our rubric that we are going to grade our Marvel Rival characters' designs based on. And we also have here with us our Rubric-chan of the week, designed by Anna, a very studious one. What did we call her? Anatomy as an anatomy, or what did we, something like that. No new Rubric-chan? One Rubric-chan per week. We'll have another Rubric-chan next time. Oh, Super Kikaras, thank you for gifting us sub. That is very kind of you. Can we rotate for Super Kikaras, please? Oh, we're run off from the sub goal for today. Yippee! Yay! Rotate! We'll have a new Rubric-chan next week. That way each Rubric-chan gets a lot more time on screen, perhaps. Some of them only got one based on the week, so we might come back to them, but I just want to make sure they get their time, the limelight, you know? Yippee! Orbs! Yay! Did we hit the hype train? We had a hype train earlier, like right at the beginning of stream, so I don't think it'll go back into another one for now. I don't think, at least. But anyways, as I was saying, very cute design. Oh no, look what I've done! Wait, I saved this version with with a graded rubric. I saved over it accidentally with a graded rubric. There. Paste in a blank one, move it over. Oh wait, hang on, I gotta fix this. Oh! What is happening? Meant for the emote? What emote? I don't know how it works. Oh, to get the hype train emote? I do think it has already passed. Whoa, I'm breaking everything. Hang on. Don't do that. Come back over here. There we go. Now we're good. Now we're set up. Does this kind of scuff? Nobody will know. Sure it counts as scuff. That's fine. Andromeda, thank you for following. So, rubric, the things that we are going to grade the Marvel Rival characters based on. This is my rubric. I use this so that I can be as objective as possible. And I'm also a teacher, so I like to have clear-cut guidelines for things. This is how we remove my bias as best we can. We have 5 categories we can grade on. They are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, concept, and motifs. I also have bonus points categories that I don't think I've ever actually given out for a non-VTuber design crit stream. 4 are categories. To get full points, in color palette, the palette needs to be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. If it has major instances of low contrast, clashing, overwhelming color choices, or slapping color layers left and right, no points. For silhouette, the silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable. I should be able to identify you by your silhouette alone, just by silhouette. This is a thing Marvel Rivals appears to be struggling with, unfortunately, as like a sweeping statement. Color palette, they mostly do pretty well on. Silhouette, not so much. Complexity versus clarity. To get full points, the model should be well balanced, the details should support the concept, and shouldn't be overwhelming. I should be able to turn you into a cute little marketable plushie. In this category to get full points. No points if the model is distractingly too complex or too simple to the point of genericness. You'll find that almost nothing struggles with being too under-detailed. Usually Marvel's pretty decent on this one, but some of the more tech-esque ones, the 2099 characters, can lean a little too far into the detail category. It's okay. We'll get there. For focal points, to get full points, the focal point should be well executed. Focal point for a character should be usually the face primarily, secondarily things that are important to lore, and or parts of the character that will be striking you if they are attacking you, or things that are meant to be like the most important of your hitboxes. So in a game we can make sort of, like this at least, we can sort of say, okay, if there's a giant red sword that's really distracting, that's kind of okay, because when you're going against a character like that, the giant red sword is good, because now you know whether or not you're gonna get bonked. You know whether you're gonna get hit or cut in half. If you couldn't see the sword, that'd be a problem. So we'll make those calls when we get to them. Focal point also should not be the assets, usually. You're allowed to have a hot character, but don't make that the whole. Don't make that the whole. Please, pretty please, pretty please. For concept motifs, the concept should be clearly and creatively presented with supportive motifs. If I cannot guess what the concept of the character is just by looking at it, probably no points. What does also a concept mean? I should elaborate. A concept should answer key questions visually about a character, which includes what the character's defining personality traits are, what their occupation is maybe, what their role in the story is, what their gameplay style is like. Are they human, another species? Do we find these things out later? What is their relationship to the world they exist in? What is their culture, their background, their history, these things? That's concept. And also for Marvel Rivals, we're also considering past iterations of the characters. We're going to be determining whether they are visually, recognizably the same character, but maybe in a fresh manner. Maybe in a manner that is not feeling like they just hammered out the exact same thing they've always done. Maybe like they've polished it up and modified it a little bit and innovated on it some for a new game. So we'll see. Emma Frost has 2 focal points. My eyes are up here. We'll see some characters that are like that, I am sure. Assuming you won't ever touch League because of the fandom. League's fandom doesn't scare me. League's fandom really doesn't scare me. Fellas, I critiqued Genshin Impact and survived to tell the tale. I'm not scared of League. What are they gonna do? They can't do worse than what the Genshin fellas did. What? I'm gonna close my DMs again? I don't fear them. It's just I don't particularly have a personal interest in League. And the problem with League is that there's just a million characters and there's a million skins, and some of the designs are designs that were made in like 2013 and some of the designs are designs that were made in 2023. There's such a wide variety of quality there within. It's just a lot. League players aren't the defensive, Arcane fans are. Diff story. See, if I critiqued Arcane, I feel like I might get a little more pushback. Yeah, there's a mountain of content for it, yeah. I've already treaded in the hot water of Genshin and Star Rail. I fear nothing now. There's no fandom I fear, more so than just things that I don't want to, personally don't have an interest in touching. Like, I don't have an interest in touching like Has-Been Hotel or any of the Vizzy Pop franchises because they're 18 plus. Same deal with, for some reason, I get all these things in my, like in the Marshmallow and other places where people are like, talk about the Deep Space Boys. That game is not appropriate for my stream. Or talk about Nike or Nikkei, however you say it. No! I can't! They're not appropriate! We're not talking about them here. I am a family-friendly stream, and we're not doing that. Hi, Gadana's beards. One person can only go through so much. Oh, man. Oh, is this a child stream? No, I am an adult. This is just family-friendly. My aim is for all ages. I'm not inherently an inappropriate person. Talking about Roblox design review. Are there official Roblox designs? What? I don't know how that would work even remotely. We need to do Ace Attorney, Pokemon. Fellas, the list is infinite of what things we need to talk about eventually. The list is so long. Yes. My fists are rated E for everyone. Wham, bam, 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 ba, ooh, ba. Some Marvel Rival designs are definitely inappropriate. So, Marvel Rivals as a game is rated what? T for teen? I believe. It might be rated slightly lower. Some of the outfits are not super appropriate, but it's not so far that I am not going to allow us to talk about the game as a whole. It's just a couple of the skins that aren't super appropriate. So it's fine by me. Oh, thanks. Wait. How did that happen? Selma Alive to Thrive somehow across time and space and all of that, dimensions, you guys managed to hit the button at the exact same time that Twitch registered both of them, even though you can only claim that thing once? It can't be redeemed twice. It can only be redeemed once for every 5 minutes. And they went at the exact same time, so it toggled it twice. That's crazy. We have a Marvel Rivals review, Squeiji, next. You know what? We can, Callie. That's true. Oh, there we are. I have them now. It should be on a cooldown. Never mind. Maybe the cooldown's broken. Bam. Boom. Bah. Rated E for everyone. Get a little Squeiji fist today. Bam. These gauntlets are less exaggerated in League, but are designed in Arcane gives her more muscles. See, if I were to talk about League, it would probably be talking about it via the lens of Arcane. Because those are all modern iterations of the characters' designs. It's less characters to look at. We'd probably talk about that. Yeah. So, would you do a DC character critique? Yeah, I would need a specific version of them to review. The only reason we're doing Marvel is because there's a game that has specific versions for me. Ah! Dungeon Slime! Thank you for gifting subs! What the heck? Thank you, Dungeon Slime! Very kind! If you got spored by Dungeon Slime, if you've been abducted into the shroom state, please say thank you! Can we rotate for Dungeon Slime, pretty please? Yummy! We're rescuing people from advertisements today. Thank you, Dungeon Slime. Very kind of you. Let me see while I figure out if there was anything else I needed to say here more. Oh, which is that... Oh, I can't read when you do that. Ooh. There are other... Whoa, geez. Okay. There are other criteria to talk about when we're talking about game character design that goes beyond just this rubric here. Beyond just the rubric. You good? I'm really dizzy, actually. Couple things to talk about that go beyond the rubric for character design in a video game, which is that we have to talk about what the developers' intentions for the characters are. This is not a gacha game. It's a hero shooter where the characters are unlocked from the start, and the game makes their money through marketing and selling their skins to you. So, the base character designs, they can kind of go a little wild with, especially because, you know, you might be like, I don't know about that skin or about the base, but there's a skin I really want that's so much better, and then you go, gimme, 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 and you give them their money, and that makes everyone happy, at least from the people doing that. Yeah, people who are selling it. So, works out. They use the battle pass to make their money. So as a result, they have a little more freedom to experiment with the designs and make decisions that are maybe less common or less based in the inherent desire that gacha games have for making every single character just the epitome of conventionally attractive and like same body type and all that. I say a little. They got a little more freedom because they are once again being held back by the fact that they're iterating on existing designs. So they are locked into making variations of existing characters, but they get some freedom at least. And I want to say that the fact that they've added characters that aren't super big in the general public's consciousness does tell me they're not afraid of taking some risks with not just the designs of the characters, but which characters they're implementing, period. So like, there's characters in this game that I'm a normie, I'd never heard of. I am not somebody who knows a ton about Marvel. And I knew a couple of the characters, but there's a bunch of characters I didn't know. So I appreciate that they're taking those risks and therefore, you know, giving some of their other characters an opportunity to hang out in the limelight a little bit more. It is also a 3D game based on some very nice 2D concept art, which we'll be looking at. We'll be looking at both the 3D models in the game as well as the 2D art that they seem to be based on. Maybe, I don't know what came first, chicken or the egg, but the 2D art is fantastic. And mostly, I say mostly the 3D models are very on model with the 2D art, which makes me cry happy tears as a 3D modeler. It makes me so happy. So many games end up with like a wet dog type of situation that makes me so sad. Cough Hoyoverse. But mostly not Marvel Rivals. Mostly not. Also, ZZZ is kind of exempt from that one also, before I upset anyone with that. But, yeah. But, yeah, the overwhelming things that I see across the board, there are some weird things with silhouettes being too similar across many characters, across entire genders, even. But other than that, there's really not any crazy sweeping troubles that go on that I'd seen at least last time. And the other note I have is that the cloth simulation is really good in this game. I like it. So, and the reason why the silhouette is a problem is because this is a hero shooter, and we need to be able to tell what character we're fighting against from a distance in order to counter them properly. We can't counter a character properly if they're too far away from us and we look at it and go, is that Invisible Woman? Is that Dagger? Is that Emma Frost? Or like, if it's like, is that, which man with a round head because he's got a hat on or a mask or whatever that makes his head fully rounded over the top? Which dude is that? I can't tell because I can't tell if it's a skin or like from color palette. We'll see. We'll see. There's a little bit of that happening, which I've heard people complain about from actual gameplay standpoint, so I'm not just saying these things. People have actually had trouble with. Yay. Have the ZCC characters already been analyzed on this channel? They have been. We looked at a handful of them, what, like 2 months ago or so? Actually, it might be longer ago than that now that I think about it. Yeah, I have a playlist for them if you are interested. Marvel Rivals knew what they were doing, giving Emma Frost jiggle physics. And Nintendo knew what they were doing, giving Mario jiggle physics. So, anyways, to get us started here, I gotta rearrange my windows ever so slightly. Wait, put you guys over here. If you see me going like this, it means I'm looking at you. Mario has nose jiggle physics in, yeah, his nose, yes. Yes, don't ... It's his nose. It is his nose. In Mario Odyssey. Fun fact, all the models are anatomically correct. People who ripped the models found that out from the code? What do you mean anatomically correct? As in they're proportionally sound? I don't know what that means. It would be evil if they gave Winter Soldier a Captain America themed skin because he was Cap for a time. Oh, intriguing. Ew? What do you mean? His nose! What is ew about Mario's nose bouncing all around? It's silly. It's goofy. It's supposed to be funny. It's supposed to be funny. How do you have anatomically correct code? That is a question that I don't have an answer to. I am waiting to hear it though. As in, has some rendered details that are never visible. Greenback, Hi, Greenback, also. Oh, I don't know about that one. Why? Huh. It's almost like they want to have the Overwatch effect. I'm gonna leave it at that. We're gonna say nothing more about that, and I'm going to teleport us into another room. Do with that what you will. Here we are. We're in a room. Remarketing eyes and mouths. Yeah. Bodies and clothes are rendered separately. That's a waste of polygons. That's a waste of polygons. Yeah, family friendly. We're gonna avoid the topic. Hey, Shrewmates. Question 1. This is gonna be one that passes immediately. Who is this? Look at this character. Who is this? If we have any trouble determining who this is, I'll be amused. Speak of the devil. Uh-oh. Is she the one you're speaking of? Don't speak no more. Say no more. This is In fact, yes, this is Sandy from SpongeBob. GVT, thank you for following. Dorian Green, yes, let me find her up here so I can open her up. It'd be a spoiler if I opened her in-game first. There we go. Also, let me know if my cursor thing starts flashing a whole ton again. I don't know why it was doing that last time, but it may again. Fun challenge, make a new design from famous silhouettes. That would be interesting. Make a really confusing, like this is very clearly, obviously based in silhouette Squidward tentacles, but is in fact not. You've just created your own character that's one-to-one him. But speaking of Squidward, real quick. Joby had like a banger tweet moment just speaking to me and does not use Twitter, so I have to share this with you. You should bite into a, like specifically bread and butter pickle and hear the noise it makes when your teeth squeaks through it, and then tell me that does not sound exactly like Squidward. Because Joby said it to me, I bit a pickle, and I was like, that's absolutely 100% accurate. You're so right, and I'm so glad you said this. Anyways, Squirrel Girl! Yes, she may in fact be, I mean, not the, she's at least one of, but this character does without a shadow of a doubt pass the silhouette test because we've got little clumps of fur around the ankles, we've got her big old bushy tail, she's got ears, she's got a little friend that ends up on her head or her shoulder. Her, what do you call it? Slingshot is a very different shape than every other weapon in the game. They've exaggerated the top of her socks. She's got fluff on the bottom of her shorts. She's wearing her, like, aviator type jacket that gives her a much wider silhouette at the bottom of her arm than the other female characters have. Her hair is not the same, like, pushed up over silhouette as a bunch of the other girlies have. Fantastic silhouette. No concerns on the silhouette department here. It works for me. Maybe that's how they made the sound of his steps. It could be. The sound of Mr. Krabs' steps is just a default metronome. Her sleeves look like pine cones? They do look like pine cones. So concept-wise, I don't think I have any trouble with this character. I can say, okay, squirrel. And then yeah, she's got her little pine cone elements on her sleeves, which are very cute. She's got almost like an acorn shape for her belt buckle. This is a really nice, subtle way of having a motif in a design where it doesn't feel like you've just stamped it on. Would it have been easy for them to just stamp acorns on her? Yeah. But look, we're using positive and negative space to give the shape of an acorn. It's clever. We like to see things like this. Like how she's in her body type too? Yes. That's the other reason she's getting full points on silhouette. She's a different body type than the other girlies. She can't be defeated because she's the strongest plot armor in Marvel. So I don't know anything about her specifically from lore, but as far as her concept as a character, no trouble. I'm picking up exactly what they're putting down. Whoever, yeah, set up this design was enjoying their job. And also was coming up with good things. They're making good decisions about her. Her animation of her popping snacks in her mouth and her companion's cute. I haven't really been watching it, but it is cute. Oh wait, let's see. Oh, give him one, give him one. Ah, he does give him one. That is cute. So, silhouette. Right out the gate, I can just start and say, silhouette. Full points. Whoops, that's not green. What color is that? Silhouette, full points. Color palette. She's a very nice, harmonious, warm color palette with these subtle pops of muted green, specifically happening in her eyes and her necklace. They're a little bit more saturated in her eyes and in her necklace. That does move our eyes up her body to try and look more towards her face. But the undertone of her socks and her gloves also still has some of that undertone of green, which makes it feel very well united. I would say for me, this is a very strong color palette. It's nice. Yeah, the bright colors frame her face. I don't have any trouble with the color palette here. I also like that, I don't know if all the girls had this, but I like that her lips have a color to them also. Makes it easier to track her when she's having her eating animation, where she's doing a little munching, chewing. I'm a little harder to track on lipstick, and you will not catch me alive in lipstick. But the fact that she has a little bit of lipstick, and that her default pose for her face, because we're trying to accentuate some of the squirrel aspects of having, you know, maybe bigger front teeth. But I like that she has a resting face with her mouth open like that. That also brings us in to look at her face. A little more different than the other girlies too. She defeated Galactus, Doom, and Ultron. Defeated Dr. Doom 3 times? Wow. Enjoyable plot armor. I'm glad it's at least fun plot armor. Sadly, not her real ears. Are they not her real ears? Is she like a Corone situation of having 4 ears? Oh, no. Oh, hang on. Where's the music on? Did the music pause? Oh, music did pause. Music don't pause. What is cute? Her friend is named Tippy Toe. She's a very nice squirrel. Oh, there is text over here that does tell me about her. Possessing only the powers of a common squirrel, somehow Doreen Green managed to defeat seemingly invisible enemies in the most unexpected ways. Any foe who counts her out is bound to fall at the hands of the unbeatable Squirrel Girl. Hell yeah. What about the tail, though? What about it? It's good for her silhouette. I don't find it especially distracting, if that's what you're wondering about. Pretty sure the tail is real. Wait, so... is the tail real but the ears aren't? Your headband. I can rotate her. Yeah, it does. There is a headband, but the ears like clip through the headband. You see that? They're kind of clipping through it. Oh, wait! You're so right! Hang on, zoom in. Wait, turn your head again, She has an ear, do you see it? She does have regular ears. And I think her headband is also clipping through the ear. That's wild. Why does she have a real tail but not real ears? I don't understand. Some interpretations it's real. Oh, okay, so it's real in some versions. That is wild to me. Also, I will say as I zoom in, I like the sort of subtle detail that's happening just to make the clothing feel realistic, where we're getting seam lines. The sort of almost braided effect happening in the necklace is repeated in the belt, which is cute. Works for me. Yeah. Maybe she has both. Oh boy. Maybe. She already has ears while tail is an addition? Maybe? I guess depending on how she got her powers, and maybe also yes, because it is funny. It is a funny thing to do. So, color palette, no problem. Focal point, you zoom out here? But for me, it is kind of this whole upper region of her, from like, you know, bust up. They could have made her shirt maybe a little bit darker to push it really to her face, or had some of these more saturated colors that are happening in the shirt, like this nice orange right here, could have been in her hair, and that might have made her face a little more focal. I also feel that her hair might be a little over-rendered compared to the rest of her. If we look at the density of brushwork, I feel like I can see every single hair on her head, whereas if we look at the fur, which should be a similar material, it's not really treated that same way, other than the tail of her companion of Tippy Toe. So for me, that's just like one little detail thing that I'm not a fan of, but that's more of an art direction thing, mayhaps. I mean, live suggestions, post different designs in live chat. Thank you. We will look at her cosmetics very quick. Focus for me is Tippy Toe, the coolest shade. I mean, if we're considering her, it is probably her face and her body, but if we're talking about, I guess, the whole of all of this, including her weapon and her little friend, Tippy Toe is the focal point for me also. Because yes, he is a cooler color, has a pink bow, which we don't really see anywhere else. Yeah. Wonder if the hair render helps bring her face more to the focal point. It may, because by being higher in detail, we may be drawn to look at it more readily. But at the same time, it feels a little bit stylistically inconsistent to me, so I could go either ways on it. Yeah, we did notice her sleeves are pine cones, which is very cute. I think she's a mutate, like Spider-Man. I think she's a mutate like Spider-Man. E.g., read English. She's a mutant, like, not a mutant, a mutate, like Spider-Man, so she's probably exposed to something that gave her the powers and some traits of Squirrel. Oh, I see. The friend does help to bring us to the face also. There's so much voiced stuff in this soundtrack. I'm very surprised. Oh no, it is gonna give me songs that we cannot hear, because it's gonna put me into Lil Wayne. We can't do that. All right, we gotta go back to Red Vox, unfortunately. I gotta give us different music, unfortunately. Because I think some of these songs might actually get VOD muted. Whoopsie! That's okay. We'll figure it out. Last time we had no music. This week we at least have some music, but the songs that were in the soundtrack itself should have been safe, but I didn't realize that Riot, like, is committing active betrayal. Let's see. Give me... how about... go here, maybe. We'll do a different music after some point, but I just need something else that's not gonna get me bonked. Polygons between her fur and hair are similar. It just seems like her hair has a shiny material. It does. I know they render the hair a lot more, also, because you see how they've added the little, like, streak of blue, or let's see if she's any other colors. Maybe it's just blue. I can't look at the back of you at all. The hair sim just seems like it's slightly different than other things. Oh no, she was born with her powers, but Marvel decided she's not a mutant. What? Okay, interesting. I don't know what that implies, but intriguing. So, for her design, I don't think she's overly complex in any way. She doesn't feel generic to me either. Her hair feels a little over-rendered, maybe. But that's more of an art direction than a character design type of thing. For focal points, it is her little friend, which does hang out around her face. Also, does she attack with tippy toe at all? I'm assuming it's probably just the not boomerang. What is that thing called? A slingshot. I think it might just be the slingshot she's attacking with maybe, but I'm not sure. They broke their own theme. Oh. Alt is Squirrel Army, tippy toe is the alt. Okay. You can check the abilities tab. Oh, that's true, I forgot. I can click the button that shows me it. For focal points, I may just like go here. I think that's fair. She used to be a mutant. How, what do you mean used to it? Are they like retconning things or something? And then concept motifs. She's a squirrel, she's a girl, she looks very warm and inviting, but she does still kind of have that air of sort of everyday girl about her to some degree. She's not as over the top as the other characters are, which given what it seems like from the things you guys have been telling me about her, that all seems about right. So I think that's full points. I think this is the highest score we've given yet for a Marvel Rivals character, potentially 9.5. That's pretty good. I think that's fair. Whoop. They retconned her stuff a lot. Oh, I see. I see. Apparently based on the girlfriend of the writer who made her. Oh, intriguing. What has not been retconned in Marvel DC? Is Marvel and DC one of those series where that happens a lot? I know Star Wars, it does a lot of retconning also, because I know there's like entire books written by Terry Brooks that are like retconned out. Yes? Okay, I see. Give Magik's demon form a 9.5. Oh, okay, okay, I see. So there have been 2 almost 10s, but no full 10 from Marvel Rivals yet. Oh no. I guess comics. I mean, I guess. I know that that's partially why Marvel and DC and those ones lean into the multiverse thing. Whoa, what is happening? Is my screen flickering for all of you also? I'm having some weird flickering right now. Tell me if you also can see it. No, okay, so maybe it's fine. No, okay, maybe it's just my screen flickering. Weird. Anytime the continuity breaks too much, both Marvel and DC will reboot the universe. Yeah, or like, yeah, that makes sense. And then also having the opportunity for multiverse as an explanation, it's a good out. Also, hi, Amber. Hello. All good here. Might be a hardware thingy in that case. It might just be that my screen itself is flickering, which might be okay. I'll be okay. I have a new monitor since you last saw me. My left monitor has been replaced with a new monitor, and I'm wondering if I'm overwhelming the amount of power draw happening into the moment. Yeah. I kind of think each writer's run is their own mythos for that character. That's a good way of thinking about things, probably. And if they're allowing each writer to have that freedom, I think that might also be good, so that way they just don't get trapped trying to memorize everything that has ever happened to that character before. It's tough balancing characters that have that much going on. Let's look at some skins, though. I've already probably opened these ones, so they're not going to do the animation, but I think this one's really cute. I love the shape they're making by having her shirt be partially open. They're giving her a nice heart shape there. It's so cute. You can really see her ears in this skin, too. This one is so cute to me. I feel like the pattern might be just a little bit much, but this feels so much like a real outfit that just slaps. I love it. What monitor do you have? 1080? I only have 1080s. I have all 4 1080s. I replaced my last 720 with the 1080. Yeah. Like the detail of the tail being a bit more gray, implying age. Oh, I didn't think about it implying age. I just thought about it being pushed back, so that way the jacket is a little more forward. And yeah, her jacket does have stuff on the back. Oh, so it's more like specifically a bomber now. It says Doreen and it's got the squirrel in like the military patch style. That's great. I genuinely like this skin a lot for her. It's very cute. It fits its era very well. I think this is one of the better skins we've seen in this game. Marvel tried to retcon the universe Miles Morales is from, but it failed. Is that a lore thing, or did they try and get rid of my man? Because I would not be okay with that if they tried to get rid of him. I think they did gray squirrel. Did they change her species? Her ears are gray too, so maybe they just fully changed her species. I'm sad we lost a lot of the acorn motifs, but it seems they've been replaced with hearts for this one, which is still cute. And is this a neon glowing sign for her slingshot? Do you see that? That's so silly, but I kind of love it. I love the thinking of we're gonna give her like a crazy light up, fully impractical weapon. It's just so fun. Whoever was designing for this character was like, all right, we're gonna think of all the fun solutions to things. No, not a grill heater. No. We're not putting grill lines on our enemies. And here the red lipstick works so well too. Oh, she's so cute. This is a really good skin. As a character designer, I like this skin a lot, which I can't say about all skins. This one is cute, but this I think has changed too many innate aspects of her to the point where I don't know if I recognize her anymore. She's Squirrel Girl, and her main color palette elements are warm. So we could keep, you know, warm hair color, warm colors in her clothing somewhere. We've gotten rid of both the color palette and the squirrel aspects. So, this doesn't feel like her anymore to me. She's a dragon girl here. I see that she's a dragon girl. I see that. That's fine. Is this in and of itself a cute design? Yes. Do I think the purple and the green in the hair is a little bit weird? Yes. Also, the split hair is, yeah, too different. Kind of strange. I don't know if I specifically like the colors they chose for it. I feel like they clash just a little bit, those purple and greens. I like it. It's a cute design, but it doesn't feel like her. But you know what I get distinctly as a feeling from looking at this? This is what other fantasy formal or fantasy Japanese fashion inspired games could be doing with their silhouettes, but they don't. Notice how most of the aspects of her silhouette still stand out off the edges. Like, we've got these little ruffles around her ankles, we've got these puffballs on her toes, we have these big puffy sleeves, her body type is not the stock standard, shaped like a 2x4. All of these things are adding to silhouette. Even her earrings and her hair and buns all add to the silhouette. And these are all aspects that I feel like we've seen in other designs. Oh, meant to invoke hair buns. Oh, skin for Chinese New Year. Oh, pardon me, sorry. Specifically, I was thinking about Japanese fashion ones, but this is, you're right, this is probably Chinese fashion inspired. But specifically, other games that are drawing similar influences could be leaning more into silhouette language like this is. I appreciate it from her. Purple and green go fabulously. They do go really well together. I just don't know about these two specifically. The tail feels okay. I just don't know if it's integrated super well for me. And this is not Guns N' Roses. This is Red Vox. They do kind of sound like Guns N' Roses though. That any cultural knowledge, I think it's meant to invoke. Yeah. Like white suit, eye patch, Wolverine was from a comic. Just random outfit, random issue of the Beautiful Squirrel Girl. This is a specific one to this game. It's from Marvel Rivals Season 0. Yeah, the tail is just fully a dragon tail also. This skin is it cute? Yes. Is it Squirrel Girl? To me at least, no. The colors are a little bit off for me, but the silhouette is still mostly okay. So it's kind of in between for me. Can I see her tail better? You can see this tail better if you want. I like, it looks like they have, let me see if I can check by the edge. Yeah, they have, so if you notice, the tail is actually fully flat. But they've got some really nice normal maps on it to make it so that the scales are reacting to the lighting. I'm like nerding out as a 3D modeler. Do you see how the scales, the edge light is like creeping around the top edge of those scales? It's good. It's good, and the lighting interacts with them. Normal maps, my fave. We love to see it. Does sound like Remember Rains when you can hear it well. Oh, the music? Yeah, Red Vox does sound a good bit like Guns N' Roses. Anything that, they sound a bit dad rock-esque. Almost scary. Do you feel she can be a little bigger, more complex body type? As in you wish she was more complex? I appreciate that she's not the same as most of the other girls in the game, but I do wish there was still more variety. That's what you mean. And then here's her recolor skin, which is, I guess, just a gray squirrel version of her. I still recognize this as being her pretty easily because we've kept the tail and the ears and the hair and all those things. We just changed the colors. Change one or the other. Change the colors or change the fact that she has a tail and the ears. I don't know how I feel about her ears being gold while her tail isn't, but I guess it's supposed to be a focal point thing. But focally, I end up on her belt because it's the biggest area of the gold, unfortunately. Her face is less forward here, and her hair is kind of blending into her collar for me. So I don't know if this is as strong as her default skin, but it's okay. It's not bad by any means. More variety? Oh, yeah. Wouldn't use normal maps for the tail, not that many polygons for those many scales. I mean, a lot of these, if it's not normal maps, then what is it? Warm and cool colors clashing, isn't it? I don't think the warm and cool are clashing here, but the gold undertone of the ears is a little odd for me. But I think that's generally my thoughts on Squirrel Girl. Who do we have next? Okay. Next. Guess who this is? I don't think you'll have trouble with this one either, theoretically. Whoops, if I can only have it on my screen. Guess who this is? Who is this? Based on silhouette. I bet you can guess this one also. We're starting out with some of the stronger ones, but we'll get into the ones that aren't maybe as strong. Ninja. Okay, woman with weapon, ninja. Okay, the fact that we can guess that much is good for her concept. It's not the thing, I don't think, but I do see the right answer quite all over the place. Jigglypuff from above. Not quite. This is, in fact, Psylocke, who was heavily requested last week. You guys can't really watch her animation because you're off center, but here she is. Yeah, high ponytail. The high ponytail helps. She also, thankfully, has a bit of a different silhouette than the other girls. She has a bit of a broader shoulder width, and then she's a little, just a tad more muscular in the arms, maybe. But she's also asymmetrical, she's got some dangling aspects on her character, and she's not only wearing super completely form-fitting clothing, and her boot is bigger and has a different side silhouette than the other girls. So, she's got a better silhouette than the other girlies do. I will give her that. I will give her that. Her color design is also very pleasing to me. The combo of the blue with the red and the purple feels very nice and easy and kind and good on my eyeballs. It has a very nice harmony to it without being overwhelming. And I will say that the belt is well balanced out with the, what do you call it? Scarf around her face, because it does make her waist sort of focal, but similarly her head still ends up being kind of focal. So it's not too bad. I will say if we rotate her, the butterflies do become the focal point almost entirely because they're the only thing in that fuchsia color, but that is something that seems to be important to her lore. So I'm not too worried about it, because it's also in the sort of holographic weapons she's summoning. I hear that her ability has things to do with mind powers. Actually, her ability has things to do with mind powers and generating the weapons out of her mind. So using pink as sort of that psychic power color, smart, it works. Quick aside, the Psylocke is from an alternate universe set further back in time. Ah, okay, I see. Okay. I see. She's an X-Man, is she? It's not her traditional X-Men design. I think her traditional X-Men design is in the cosmetics, question mark. I love her Hime cut that she has in it, but I don't think I can actually show her outfit on stream because she violates Twitch things, and I'm not streaming the right category for that, so we'll see. But anyways, for her, we can say silhouette. I don't have trouble with her silhouette. I can identify who she is quite clearly, as could all of you. So I'll say that she passes as a result. Her traditional X-Men design is cries. I mean, cool, but also design-wise. Yeah, we'll see. Thankfully, as we move forward in time, a lot of video game and also comic characters tend to get a little stronger in their design. Also, this by being a game and not a comic design, they can do a lot more in the detail department. Whereas if we're thinking older comics, they're like, okay, what can we remove from this design to make it as simple as possible while still being recognizable as the character, so that way we don't have to draw them 7 million times. I won't want to perish. But in a game, especially where there's 3D models, we don't have to worry about that. We can just do whatever we want. We can put as many patterns wherever we want, because they're all just gonna be animated and move. You just have to draw them once. Yeah. Was more samurai than ninja. Oh, neat. Yeah. Pink is specifically her psychic color. Emma Frost has a white color, Professor X is blue, and Jean Grey is either red or pink. Interesting. Having the last name Grey and being the colors red or pink is interesting. Used to be a British supermodel that took over a Japanese woman's body, but it got problematic, so they changed it to a Japanese ninja. Oh boy. I can see how that might cause problems, maybe. For her silhouette. There are a couple things still maybe that I do want to exaggerate. I'll exaggerate them. We'll go and we'll do it. We'll exaggerate it. But for colors, I really like her color design. It feels interesting. I've been so relieved in this game that none of the characters are doing the black, white, a metal, and that's it. For the color design, yeah, black, white, a metal, and a color. I'm so tired of seeing that. This is blue, and purple, and red, and gold, and silver. And we're doing mixed metals, and the mixed metals don't feel like they're clashing. They don't feel overwhelming. They don't feel strange. Which I give them super props for the color department. So good work in the color department. Hi, Almantas, how are you? Did my head spin all the way backwards? I didn't notice. Cough, cough, you know who? Who? Who do I know? I don't know who. Who? As an aside, interest in art and mushrooms remind me of the monster designer for Silent Hills, the self-described tank otaku, who designed pyramid heads after the Panzer treads. Whoa, that's interesting. I didn't know that. Is that real? I gotta talk to Jubby about that. Jubby would be interested by that. My partner would find some interest, for sure. Ah. Oh, there we go. There's the ceremonial spin. Hello. How are you, Amantas? She'd hate the Bleach character designs then. My pronouns are they, them. Thank you. Also, I don't hate the Bleach character designs. I don't. I've read all of Bleach. I don't hate them. They've got some good hair silhouettes. Oh, we could talk about Bleach someday, maybe. Oh man, there's so many things I could talk about someday. Tired? That's fair. Make sure you get your snorkeling memes in. Apparently tired enough to forget my spin kick. Spin knock? Oh, that's okay, don't worry, I remembered. Despite my questionable memory, I remembered. Complexity versus clarity. I don't have any clarity issues with her design. I think she has the right amount of detail where the subtle patterning in the, what is that, left side of her outfit, it's really nice. It adds just a nice little bit of nice flavor. It adds some interest, but it's not too much or too overwhelming. It's because it's pushed back. It's low contrast. It just adds a nice little bit of detail. But she's not overwhelming to me. All the little bits of detail are just describing the materials of the fabric or the bandages in a way where they're low enough contrast that they describe material without being overwhelming or over detailed, so no trouble there. Her focal point, it is the scarf and the belt. Maybe that's okay. I'm not too worried about it for her. It's not like I'm being completely led astray. It is kind of tied for being the top focal point. So I may go here. And then concept motifs. She has some sort of psychic ability, I can tell from her floating pink weapons. And then the butterfly effect happening on the back of her scarf is telling me something else in magical abilities. But she is still partially a melee character, which I would guess from the way that she's at least slightly armored in appearance from her single pauldron. I gotta forget what the name for those, what are the half skirt things that are worn as leg guards called? I don't know what those are called off the top of my head. But they are giving me a hint of armor that she's gonna be a little bit melee. She has some gauntlets. So I can make guesses about her gameplay style. Graceful, trained ninja can shatter the enemy's defenses with a single thought. We could guess pretty much everything about her design visually just from looking at her silhouette. So I feel like it'd be unfair to give her any less than full points for that. Wait, hang on. Specifically the lower skirt of the lower half of the tank, slightly off, is a Tiger King tank, but still, or King Tiger tank. I'm writing that down because I want to tell my partner that. Where's my sticky notes? Where's my sticky notes? I'm a sticky note person. Oops, hang on, do I have lead? Silent Hill. Pyramid. Ed. King Tiger tank. Thank you for that tidbit of knowledge, delectable. Nice little fun fact. Something that's faithful to Psylocke's comic design is that she uses physical and psychic blade. Oh, so is this just like a regular blade also? Interesting. Interesting. Tacit has the armor plates on the front of the thigh. Thank you, Almantas. I'm writing this down also. Tacit plates, armor on thigh. There's some of these words that I try and learn to the best that I can, but then they just exit my ear the moment that I need them. We're talking on stream. But that's a full grade already. Let me just make the little bit of modification that I wanted to. Here, I actually don't even know if I need to make it, because it seems like they've just toned her down in those aspects in game. So do you see how here, her pauldron on her shoulder sticks up and out off her shoulder much more? Good for silhouette. Do we see how her gauntlet, despite being in the sunlight, is also much more dimensional? It seems like it reaches a stronger angle and sticks out off the edge of her arm much more. Do we see the contrast there? We don't really have that here quite as much. I want more exaggeration, please. And then the belts also are just chunkier. They're chunkier and adding more to the silhouette there than they are here. Not by a lot, but I just want a little more. Just want a little more. Just need a little more, please, pretty please. That's all I want. But here, we can look at her skins. Let me count up what we have here. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. Another pretty good one. We're off to a strong start today. These are some of the highest scores we've given for Marvel Rivals yet. I think it's still... Close this. I think that's what's causing the flickering still. Notice the 2D art, the belt red is darker toned down due to this shading to pull the focal point to the face. Yeah, you'll notice that all of the art has my favorite thing for pushing focal point, which is sweeping gradient. Notice how the boots are darker in the concept art, and her thighs are darker in the concept art, and the bottom of the skirt is darker. Because it is going to push us to look higher in the design. Do I wish maybe they did use this tactic on her belt to make it less focal? Yes. But I'm going to guess that maybe they don't because they want even lighting, so that way all the lighting is simulated later. That way if she's ever lit from below, it won't get weird. But I am with you. I do think that if they did that on the character model, I'd probably be happy about it. I wouldn't be bothered about it. Whole thing, MVP, Masters was part of her psychic power. Mask, interesting. So here, we can look at her skins real quick. This one, I might have to zoom in on once we get into it, because I think the lower half of it is a Twitch violation, unfortunately. Let's see. Oh, yep, nope, that actually doesn't help, so we actually can't look at that one. That's okay. Sadly, we can't look at that one. I actually like her hair in that one a lot. I like her hair shape. The Hime cut is so cute, but we can't look at her because she has fully unveiled pelvis. Her OG comic design. Yeah, it's cute. We can use power of the square. Let me just find the skin maybe, and I can cover it down here. I can cover it on the other monitor, so that way you can at least look at it. What is that skin called? Marvel Rivals. Yeah. Let's see. Can I get... Yeah. Okay, there's no screenshots of a full body of it, which kind of sucks. But I can at least take this and cover... Nope. Hang on. Grab this. See if I paste it in here. Whoop. Sorry, girly. Can't be doing that. But I do actually enjoy this version of her. I don't know if I understand the red triangle around her eye. It makes me think of Domino, which I'm not sure if they have any relation, but I'm going to guess maybe they do. But the hair silhouette, the Hime cut, it's so cute. Is the silhouette worse? Probably yes, in every way. But it's still, like, it's a nice skin. I like purple. Twitch is fine with it, but may not be family friendly. Twitch is fine with it if you're streaming in the category of the game, which I am not doing because I'm not playing the game. So I would not have that coverage, unfortunately. But you're right, it is also not family friendly, which is the other reason why I'm covering it. Is it cute? The skin? Yeah, but it's not as strong. The purple one, at least. For this red one, on the other hand, I fear that by looking at this, I don't know that it's her at all, which seems to be the problem with all the skins in this line for me, at least. With the vampire and the vampire hunters and those kinds of things. Is it cute? Yes. I like the big hat. I like the big poofy sleeves. She still has her scarf, which is probably the only way I recognize her as being her. But I would have thought this is just an entirely other character, unfortunately, without the scarf. However, do you have the model viewer without playing the game? I'm going to have to use the models for research. I have the game installed. I'm just not streaming in the category of the game because I'm not playing the game. We are technically just talking, so I am streaming in the category of just chatting. So, that's why. I believe that's Twitch's problem, is only if you're using it as your avatar. Wow, well, I got in trouble for having a VTuber model on screen that wasn't my models when we were looking at months ago. I think it was even before I was partnered. So I'm not taking my risks. The game background is messing with my perception of her silhouette. Oh, them putting her against red here is, not maybe their best move. It does make it seem like she's a much cooler shoulder silhouette, unfortunately. It's okay. It doesn't look like her to me, but it is still cute. I enjoy that they have the little butterfly motif on her chest in that sort of fabric thing, and then the more angular butterfly wings that feel like bat wings are cute. Yeah. Technically supposed to be okay if it's a game avatar. Yeah, but it's auto. I don't think it's like automatic the way that they report it, so I don't take my chances. Also a little butterfly motif on her legs. I would say, is this a cute skin? Yes. Would this be a probably well-scoring character if this was a different character? Yes. Do I recognize this as being the same character? No. So I don't know how I feel about it. The hair in the skin is also very cute. I like the braid, and I also can I bring the other braid to the other side of her shoulder? Let's see, can I push her braids around? Or is it supposed to be that both of her braids are supposed to be separated? If they've intentionally put one in front of the shoulder and one behind the shoulder, I like that. I like that little asymmetry moment. It's cute, it feels realistic to me. Literally the scarf and the weapons and that's it. Yeah, those are the real only similarities, unfortunately. Yeah. Oh really? Thanks, consistency? Yeah, no consistency, no. This one, 9 out of 10. This one we can't look at, whoops, but that's still okay, maybe an 8 or 7 out of 10. This is different character, but still maybe an 8 or 9 out of 10. What is going on with this skin? All of the things that I was complimenting the default skin on are gone here. The color design is less interesting to me because now they've made it much more monochromatic, or not monochromatic, much more analogous. It's the purple and red together. I don't know if that purple and fuchsia and that salmony pink especially all go well together. And they made all of the patterns that I had complimented as being subtle detail that just added a little bit of flavor. They're now so bold and overwhelming now. I really don't like this skin at all. This is a recolor curse, and this really goes to show, at least to me, how many points you can lose in a design just on the basis of color. Because this has taken something that for me previously was in a pretty good category as far as level of detail goes, and this is making it feel like it's too detailed because the patterns are so much more forefronted, and it feels almost discombobulated in the color design. The only thing I think the skin does is absolutely make the focal point the hair, which helps with the face, but that's really the only thing I can say that's good about this modification. I don't like this as a skin. Twitch says you can't have pelvis showing, but I keep getting those stupid ED ads. Are you still getting them, Wordy? Here's the word on the ED ads, unfortunately, is that I did talk to a partner advisor about it. The word on those stupid ads we're getting are that because the ad themselves are not inherently inappropriate, the FCC has approved them for the viewing of all audiences because they can run on daytime and all hours of the day, regular TV. So there's nothing I can do about it, and I am still not happy about it. And I still am lamenting because I wish that Twitch let me do what YouTube does, where YouTube lets me determine what things I can advertise or what things can advertise on my streams or not. And Twitch is driving me nuts. Got them 3 times another stream. Yeah. It's frustrating and there's nothing we can do about it. But it does get under my skin because the enforcement about content from Twitch is annoying. Yeah, it's a double standard, however they're trying to justify it. And I have an all ages audience, so I don't want to see it. They don't need to be seeing that. I don't. Exclusively get ads for German grocery stores when watching here. That's funny. I almost exclusively get Adobe ads when I watch other people's streams. Like, I was watching Amontas playing some Metal Gear. I was listening in the other day, and it was just like, it played the same Adobe ad like 3 times in a row during the ad break. So I don't understand how it works, but sorry. Penny and Star-Lord are the only characters where I really like their recolors. Oh boy. Well, we've got some other characters to look at. There's one other character whose recolor I do like, and we will be looking at them today. Who's this? Look at this silhouette. Who's this? There's a couple of floating pixels here. Who is this?
Parents, can I invade Twitch's ad control department? Please. I just want to have a chat with them.
Go for it. Go for it. I permit you to. Go for it. Son, Gary, son of mine, Gary. Gary, forgot to hey Gary. Yeah, Gary, you forgot your intro. So, I will say, you guys are guessing correctly, but the fact that we're getting ... question mark, storm, question mark, I think it's dagger, the fact that we're not sure is bad. The fact that you guys were able to finally guess it, or able to guess, good. But the fact that there was confusion and we weren't clear, bad. Not good. Not great. We're not looking at her again today. She's just here so that we can prove our point. Because if we go like this, who are these women? They're in the exact same pose. They are mirrored. You can process of elimination them. This is just woman. Girl 1, girl 2. Notice how the only difference in silhouette here is that there's weight in the shoulder here, and there's weight at the bottom of the arm here, and the hair spikes out up here, as opposed to being sleek. That is it. That is it. That's all. That's the only difference. And their pose is not helping. Their pose is actually making it worse, but even if they weren't posed like this, it would still be just as bad, unfortunately. Yes, this is Invisible Woman. And she actually has no silhouette because they have, between these two, if you give a character an outfit that is fully form-fitting and make them have the same body type, more or less, they're going to be not able to be visually separated at all. Especially not from a distance. And that is absolutely what has been happening here. So, yeah, not to rag on her, but, I say but. Those are my thoughts. This is a woman. Let me find her in here so we can rotate her. They might literally have the same body type as in the same model. They might. They may have the same exact base, potentially. Where is she? Where are you, girly? Here she is. You don't need her intro, it's okay. Her posing here at least helps ever so slightly because they're in different poses. Yeah, blue-eyed, blonde-haired, skin-tight clothed white woman where they are wearing a blue and white outfit where the primary color is white and there's an accent color of blue that is much smaller. Dagger's face is longer. Their faces are ever so slightly different and the blues are slightly different between their palettes. But from a distance, these characters are not different enough for me. From a character design standpoint, they are not different enough for me. They even both have like a little bit of like a slight tech aesthetic happening in their clothing. Too similar. Yeah. Hard to tell apart in game. Yeah, Cloak is not with Dagger in the game except the ult and transformation, and in that case, I feel like they're too different. And yeah, why did they not go for the Fantastic Four in the mainly blue suits? They are A, yes, more iconic, and B, would separate everyone so much better. You guys are all saying the same thing, yeah? They looked like sisters who decided to be a hero duo. I would believe them if they said so, yeah. Yeah. The rival designers have a type. We have also noticed. Who are we designing? There's no one there. You're right. Hang on. Lore accurate Invisible Woman design. So this is our blank canvas critique. You guys were asking about this for Zero Chan for extra credit. Here's our lore accurate invincible woman. Or invisible woman, not invincible. I don't think she's invincible. Can't critique that, but I can critique this at least. They want to sell her a recolor. Does she have a recolor that does that? Interesting. So, for her, silhouette. Immediately, right out of the gate, nothing. The only thing that gives any silhouette to her is her hair. Abysmal. Abysmally not great silhouette. She doesn't really have one. She's just a person. Thumbs down. Wait, that's not silhouette. That's the wrong category. Hang on. Wrong category. There we go. Color palette. Not gonna lie, it's fine. It's fine. But it's not interesting. It's okay. Silver and blue and white. We've done it before. We're gonna do it again. I think, what is her name? Luna Snow? Has a more interesting blue and white color palette. It's not terrible. I'm not having clarity issues by any means, but it's just not interesting inherently. Complaints that use the future foundation for her suit. Ah. The show is called Invisible, then why can't I see him? I don't know why we can see her. She's a strategist. She keeps her cool, conjuring up impenetrable force fields, protect herself and her team. Okay. The combo of force field with invisibility is one that I've never understood. Why do those things go together? Because that's a thing in The Incredibles also. Why does force field go with invisibility? Luna Snow, Dagger, Invisible Woman, Emma Frost, and a minimum all use those colors. Yeah, I would say that Luna Snow differentiates enough from the rest of them that I don't have any trouble with her. Such a grab bag of stuff we've left. Emma at least is a better silhouette. Yeah, I think Emma's a better silhouette. Light bending or something? How does bending light make a force field? I don't know if that's how light works. But complexity versus clarity. I am almost bored looking at her outfit in comparison to the other characters also, because there's so little to it. It is pared down. It doesn't feel like they've made her generic by any means, but they've done so much more interesting things with silhouette and clothing than this. This does feel almost generic superhero. And yeah, why are the knees so complicated? The knees have so much more going on them. She's preparing for her classic superhero landing, where she's gonna do the thing where they land with like one knee on the ground. She has the exact, almost same shoe thing happening as the other girls do, where they don't have an arch. At least hers are like more flat in the foot. There's an element of air. Mr. Fantastic's water thing is earth. Human Torch is fire. Okay. Is it because she is the blueprint for it? Okay, maybe she's just the blueprint. Complexity versus clarity. Hello, click into this. Complexity versus clarity. She's fine. I don't have clarity problems, but like weird complexity in places that I don't need to look, like her knees. And then also, I just wish it was more interesting. So I can't take that many points off. That's a personal problem. I want it to be more interesting. That's a personal problem. Focal point. We can say, without a shadow of a doubt, it is at least her upper body and head. That is probably the thing that this design is doing the best, is focal point. But I can't help but be very distracted by her belt for some reason. And it may be because the shapes on her pelvis are all framing the belt. So maybe here? Maybe 2.5? She's considered the original Marvel woman. Ah, I see, okay. Actually mentioned earlier about 3 of us saying so at the same time. Does it bend light? She makes force fields that bend light, just becoming invisible was her only power for a while. Oh, okay. Which I guess in the grand scheme of trying to fight is not super helpful probably in any kind of battle situation. Fantastic Four are Marvel's first family. Ah, okay. Concept and motifs. I look at her. Blonde woman in a superhero outfit. She's visible. Okay, wait. We can't critique her for being not being invisible. But I don't know that I would look at her and know anything in particular about her powers just from the way that she looks, inherently, unfortunately. Like, I'm not getting Magik as an angle. She could be Elastigirl for all I know, which is a critique I have of the Incredibles, is that I also can't tell what their deal is from some of them, unfortunately. As I said, how the original Marvel woman's powers being invisible, it was the 50s. Oh, there's an implication to that. Oh no. I see what you mean. Oh. Oof. Oh, the 50s. It seems like we might get more into 50s things. Yeah, if I had to guess anything, I might guess ice because of the blue. Yeah, if she was like partially phasing in and out, that would be a cool way of selling us about her design. Like, you know, if her hair phased out at the tips to transparency, or her arm or something, partial transparency, or just give her like an ambient magic effect. She does it like when she moves her hands around, but give her like some sort of ambient like sparkle or glow or something in that blue color palette that'll tell me magic. Because if I just look at her like this, I'd be like, all right, maybe she's a pilot. Maybe she's not inherently has any fancy special skill or anything. Yeah, her brother's partially on fire. Yeah, I don't know. There's just nothing here that tells me about her design. She has a sparkle. It's just invisible. Ah! She has good character design. It's invisible. She has a good silhouette. It's just invisible. We can't see it. She has good color palette. It's just invisible. We can't see it. Ah! Sorry. I gotta crash out just a little bit. I like her earrings. Why are they the same color as her hair? She's wearing earrings? That's news to me. Oh, you're right. She is wearing earrings. And they are clipping through her hair, which is not my favorite move for them. Is all of that? Ah, look at all that clipping. Oh, they could have made her earrings another color and I probably would have been happy about that. Yeah. The earrings are getting lost. That is a clarity problem. Concept and motifs. Concept visibility. Like nothing. Pretty much nothing. She's a woman in a skin-tight suit. She's a hero. I can't take away all the points. I can tell that she is a hero of some sort if I didn't know what was going on. But that's really it. And there's more to her than that. So I can't give her much more than that, maybe. I feel like I could even give her worse, but I can at least tell she's a hero. Mr. Fantastic's more interesting in game than her. Fantastic Four member. Yeah, okay, yeah. She does have a 4 on her. If we're pretending we're coming from the outside and we don't know what a Fantastic Four is, the 4 I don't know if tells me anything about her also, other than that she might be the 4th member of a team, meaning she's not the leader. Maybe look at the pearls on the belt and shoulder for concept. Are they pearls? What does a pearl have to do with invisibility? I do get race car driver. You're right. I do get race car driver. Yeah, motorcycle. She just gets some mom energy and she's a mom. If she's gonna give mom energy, I want more mom energy. Is the hair mom? Yes. The earrings, also yes. We could have had more of that. I don't know. Pearl essence is not the same thing as being invisible. And if we wanted it to be a pearl, like, if I go like this, the rendering of it to look like a pearl is so subtle that I cannot see it any further. No, it can't be that woman equals mom. Women are more than moms. No. We can't excuse misogyny. I know why it's white, because they're astronauts. Are they? I don't look at this and think astronaut. She is a mom, but not mother. Oh my god. I have her cosmetics. We can look at them in here, but... What is this? 1, 3, 4, 5, 6 out of 10? Honestly, I feel like that's generous. I feel like 6 out of 10 is still generous for her. I feel like she could do I feel like I could give her even lower for concept, unfortunately. I feel like that's generous. Oh, comic costumes. Oh, I see. Went into space, they're not astronauts. Oh my god, 6 is too much. I could go like this. I could be convinced to go like that. The color palette design is not interesting, but that's not an inherent problem. Maybe 5.5 is fair for her. I think that ties her with Scarlet Witch for being lowest out of 10. I was expecting anything higher than a 5. I think this is fair. They are astronauts? Their whole deal is they went to space and came back with powers? I mean, to go to space, I guess, does make you an astronaut in some way, but you're not like a NASA astronaut in an astronaut suit? Oh boy. No, don't start chaos! Just because Amber's going. Bye, Amber! Good luck! Be good. Shroommates, be good. Please, I beg of thee. Let's look at her cosmetics. Better color design! Better color design! Notice the face is still focal because she's blonde! Take that back, Ben Grimm is a NASA pilot. Okay, alright, there we go, we're figuring it out. This is much better for me, in like every way. Silhouette, still terrible. Concept, not actually any better in any way. But the color is better, so she would get at least a full point for color here. So this would make her a 6 out of 10. Yeah, the recolor fixes a lot. It makes it so that we can differentiate her from the other girly pops in the same color palette much better. But I can't give her that much more. I can't give her that many more points. But it's okay. Her pose feels kind of off. It feels a little unbalanced. When she does her little step out thing, feels a little unnatural, but it's okay. We can't look at this skin. There's the skin of her where she is all covered in spikes. Beep? Uh-oh, what did you say? Lance, what'd you say that is beep? Gary, you're again. Samber's gone. Chat has Gary's express permission to a little bit of chaos. Don't worry about it. Apparently not. Apparently that's beep. Apparently there was something said in there that was not allowed. Hang on, Lance, we can diagnose it. It's not hot. Hey guys, here, Gary here again, because we're allowed to say that. Hang on, let's see what Gary didn't like about your sentence there.
Hey guys, Gary here again.
Nope, we can say Gary. Let's see. Try that.
Beep.
Oh, it's in. Since Amber is gone, chat has Gary's express permission. Let's try.
Since Amber is gone.
Since Amber is gone. What word is not allowed? Is chat not allowed word for some reason?
Beep.
Chat has Gary's express permission.
Beep.
What? Beep? What word can't we say? That's because of crazy history. She had her mind assaulted and twisted into malice that they were tiptoeing around is pretty obvious. Oh god, okay. Ouch. I'm sorry to hear that for Invisible Woman. What's happening? We're trying to figure out why Gary is not saying, oh, it's Gary. Oh, I see. It is. I see why that is. I see why. Yeah, it's Gary's Express. That's why. If I just get rid of that, then it'll go through fine. We'll try again. I gotta tell it so that there's no way for me to tell it to not factor in spaces, because then you guys could just type space between things otherwise. It's S. There we go.
Hey guys, Gary here again. Since Amber is gone, chat has Gary expressed permission to do a little bit of chaos. Don't worry about it.
I actually disagree with you about that, Gary. Gary can express, but Gary's can't express. Yeah, it combines words and we'll count it. Because I know that the Shroommates will do other things with that, unfortunately. But, anyways, back to Invisible Woman. Thank you for your thoughts, Gary. Not true. You don't actually have permission to do a bit of chaos. You can do the normal amount of chaos. Be good. This skin, better. This skin. I feel bad. Billy likes this skin. Wait, we're just gonna watch her get married real quick. Good for you, girly. Good for you. Pokemon Masters
Beep, beep,
EX
beep,
situation.
Boop.
Beep 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 boop. Beep 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 boop beep bop beep boop bop beep bop beep boop. That's true. Gary's getting into scat singing. I don't know if you knew that. White suits are newer to the comics, said that the classic blue isn't default. Yeah, considering it's much stronger and makes us differentiate characters much better. So, this outfit. Is it cute? Yes, I like the rose motif that it's coming into the skirt. It's adding to her silhouette, which is benefiting her. The veil adds to the silhouette. Her little feather inside of her hair adds to silhouette. However, what in the world is going on with your socks and with your arm sleeve things? They're not telling me anything about your character, discernibly. They're really shiny in an odd manner. The level of detail makes me look there before other areas. I don't know. And yeah, the gold accents are only in her shoes, so I want to look down instead of at her face. Because they're trying to do two metals together once again, but they really haven't balanced the gold enough with the silver elements. This just feels like, the dress design feels a little too generic to me, unfortunately. I feel like they could have designed it up a little bit more. It's too symmetrical other than this flower on the one side, which feels a little weird. I get that the flower is probably a stand-in for where the 4 would be, but I'm not super into it. But yeah, I think this design is just going, look, 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 I'm married, but not a full-length dress. The dress is cute, but it's not specific enough for me for a character design. These little flowers on the hips feel like they don't make sense to me with their placement. Seem like they might be a specific kind of flower that I'm unfamiliar with. So it might be important, but I'm unsure. And then they've added a crystal motif, which I can see crystal being used to represent invisibility, but it's real small. So we have roses, we have gold, we have crystals, we have feathers. How many motifs do we have here that are not repeating? I don't know. This one doesn't work for me. This one does not work for me, unfortunately. Need Logan wearing this. Okay, you can put Logan in this outfit. I'd like it. But you're right, at least her ears don't clip, and I can tell she's wearing earrings now. I'll give her those things. But that is a lot of motifs that are not repeating, and are also not telling me things about her as a character, and I could guess that she's getting married without them, so they're not really serving any innate purpose for me. So, meh. Thumbs down. Still gorgeous, though. She is pretty, and it does make her... This could be Dagger getting married, for all I know. For all I know, this could be Dagger getting married. How would I know any different? The hair's changed, and that was really all she had going for her. At this point, is it really a motif for scrapbooking? Great question. Great question. So she's pretty, but eh. I like the hairpiece, though. Yeah, it's got better silhouette, but that's about all I can give this one. That's about it. Who's next? Okay, who's this? Which man is this? We're going to another place next. What man's is this? The veil is also cute. I do like the veil. we may have the bias of people who were here last time to be able to guess. Potentially. Okay. We got a couple of ones. Okay, wait. Not Cat by process elimination, not Namor the Flash, Captain America. I see Iron Man. I saw a bunch. I saw Black Panther. Please, I play the game. If you play the game, you'll be able to guess potentially. Magneto, question mark, Hawkeye, Lamau, I don't know. Great. So people who are super familiar and who were here last week, Magneto, literally Emma Frost. Okay, you guys aren't actually guessing now. Waist not snatched enough to be Namor. Need cape. Okay. So, is it... Wait, I was joking with Cap. I know it's not him because we did it first, but it looks the same. Okay, so it is Cap. You weren't joking. I've thrown in the characters from last time, but here's the thing. The fact that there is a question, the fact that there's any question who it is by looking at the silhouette and that you go, oh, it's Magneto. Oh, it's this guy. Oh, it's that guy. Oh, it's Black Panther. Failure. Failure. Let me hydrate. Failure. I will take sippy of drink, thank you. I knew it. It was the wings. That's all he has. That is all he has going for him. That's it. That's the only thing in his silhouette. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's the only thing. Pascal successfully. Not really, not fully. A couple of you knew what it was, but a lot of people didn't. But it worked. It worked because you guys are familiar with it. If we hadn't looked at him before, I don't know if you guys would have been able to guess that this is him. I don't know that. Now you can guess what this is, probably. By difference. Can we look at the difference between these silhouettes here? Lumpy man with two little tiny ears. This could be a goblin or an orc. Who is this? Spot the difference. Variety in silhouette, more kinds of shape in silhouette, things that extend out and play with positive and negative space in the silhouette. Namor, yes, Namor. Is it Namor? Or where's the emphasis? Namor or Namor? Odysseus, no. Who? I don't know what you guys are saying now. Don't play this game, but it looks like a trident. Yeah, so it is Namor. Not Aquaman. Is Aquaman a Marvel character? In the movie they say Namor. Oh no. Oh right, feet wings plus trident. Yeah, he has feet wings. Fun fact is one of the first comic book characters ever made, the first Atlantean character in Marvel's first mutant. And I hear he was not treated with kindness historically, unfortunately. Man, those anklings are doing a lot of heavy lifting, literally. Yes, they are. Silhouette for Cap needs the shield. Yes, with the shield that would have told us more, but that's still put a circle on the man, I guess. This is, look, we've got a giant pauldron with exaggeration in the shape. Look at the gauntlet on his arm, the little wings add to the silhouette. He's got this other arm brace that adds to the silhouette. He is still, yes, a big, beefy, strong dude, but at the same time, there's more variety in his silhouette. There's so much more variety in his silhouette. He doesn't have more or less the same silhouette as Iron Man. Are the feet wings kind of goofy? Yes. I do not understand the pairing of the wing feet with the otherwise underwater motif, lantern motif, but that's okay. I think that's just me not understanding his character potentially. But, silhouette. I'm giving this man full points for silhouette. He's got asymmetry, it's balanced because it goes from the shoulder to the leg, where it's got the exaggerated wide parts, and then we still have a little bit of balance coming from this point here on the shoulder being lower. Good silhouette! Give him full points on his silhouette. He deserves it. He's like one of the only ones so far. Is there actually the god he's associated with? It's the Ichus sandals thing. Oh, okay. Intriguing. Okay, good to know. Silhouette! My man gets full points! Thank goodness! Wait, the funny thing is that he's got an Aztec inspiration, so in the movie he got his name from Spanish phrase El Niño sin amor. Oh, meaning the kid without love. Whoa, okay, that's sad. Why would you name a kid that? That's so mean. Wing feet 'cause he needs to fly. Good point, that's true. Left hook would go crazy. Yeah, if he punched you, it would hurt. And I like that I can look at him and tell that he is probably a physical type character. He's got his trident. Even without the accessory, he's partially armored. Pardon my word for this, but he does look like he is going to be a type of character that is the less armored but still frontline fighter type, like a D&D barbarian type. Which I think ends up being kind of how he plays. He's a duelist. He's up in there. Checks out. Actually, not at all. He's anti-dive? What does that mean? He's flying. He's got little wings. I don't know what that means. His mother died in the Aztec version, so he wasn't named. Oh, okay. I see. Way to dunk on your kid. He was also called Kulkan. What? That's an interesting name. What is the basis of that name? Very nearly sounds like you're saying a not so great thing if you get rid of a syllable in there. Aztec names are like that. Okay, if it's really an Aztec name that is like that, that's fine. I got concerned because it seemed like it was phonetically spelling something. Sure is anti-human, except maybe Sue Storm. Octopus turds. Interesting. You are confusing the sensei. Mesoamerican names. Okay, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure. People told me he's got some misfortune in his past, the way he was written, and I got real scared for a second there. So, he stops enemies from targeting your backline with his turrets. Wait. This man sets up turrets? He looks like he's a frontline fighting type of character from his weapon and his arm braces and stuff. Dr. Doom's wedding, when Doom's bride admitted being unfaithful, everyone was stunned in silence except him. He's laughing. Throws out squid fellas. Okay. Aztec feathered serpent god, he makes squid men. Okay. I don't know if I would be able to figure that out by looking at him, but okay, I see. Concept-wise, I am getting sort of the aquatic angle of his design, although I may be able to confuse it with like dragon or something. The color pairing of this sort of teal with the gold is reminiscent of the way that Atlantis is often depicted in colors, and the trident also kind of solves that too. But a lot of the shapes here could very much overlap with just any kind of dragon type design. We do also have the shark teeth, which help, but we are getting aquatic basis for the design. We've got some subtle scales on his gauntlet, or at least on his arm. All the armor sort of stylized to become scales that are overlapping for protection, which is nice. Concept-wise, I don't really have much in the way of concerns, because I think that the things I am not going to be able to pick up from him are just skill issue, maybe. Coral armor is a cool idea. Coral armor would be a cool idea. I don't really read this visually as coral. Like, those read as, like, horns or spikes, almost. But I would give him points for concept. I can see what he's doing. For focal points, where do you look on his design, Shroomits? Where do you look? Let's open... Oops, that's Cap. Let me get rid of you. I don't need you anymore, Cap. Get rid of you also. I don't need you. Where do we look on his design? It's less of an issue here, I feel. Head and shoulder, okay. For me, the belt ends up drawing my attention, but the hair is making a good case for it. Yeah, the blonde hair and the braids adding a little bit of banding to his hair does help me look him in the face, but the belt is competing just a little bit, mayhaps. Yeah, follow the belt up his chest. Okay. So I would give him probably most points, at least for focal point. I do look at his face. Does he have an eyebrow piercing? Or is that just a slit? Oh, it's a slit. I was gonna say, hell yeah, if he had an eyebrow piercing. He also has an earring, but I can't see it. They put it on the side of him that is the darker side. We can't see. So, focal point, I'd probably give him just about here. Complexity versus clarity. Once again, he's got some nice little details where he has like almost like barnacles growing off of him, which are nice little subtle things. Do you see them up here by his chest? All the details are kind of telling us things about him, which is helpful. He's got a scary like kraken squid looking eye in his trident, little shell on his belt. The details are nice. They tell me things about his character without being overwhelming, and they're not super high contrast, so they work for me for the most part. Just notice he's barefoot, which I guess is fine. He swims. Odd. No complexity issues though. In color palette, everything feels pretty harmonious to me. I'd say that's fine. Chest, the angles of his face paired with the teeth of his necklace or the arrows pointing down. That may be part of the reason why I'm looking to the belt also. I was thinking that it's probably because of contrast, where the pants are darker and his skin tone is also darker than the belt is. And the belt is more vibrant, it's more saturated than the things around it. But you're right, there may be some directionality happening from the fact that... Hang on, where is he? It's kind of harder to see here. But we are getting sort of sight lines drawn by the fact that this pauldron, my brush is so big, this pauldron is sort of pointing in and down, this is pointing down, this is pointing down, this is pointing in. Like, a lot of these things are kind of pointing us into this area visually as well. So maybe that's, I think my half point removal is fair here. How does that hoop earring not get caught on the spiky armor? I don't know. He does have sort of a practicality thing that I take an issue with in character design also, which I don't know where I would take points out for, which is, imagine for me, this man rotates his arm up 90 degrees. He takes his shoulder and puts it up to his ear. The pauldron, at least, is designed so that all of the spikes are facing away from him, so none of this is going to start coming into his face. But this edge here being so sharp is going to dig right into his neck. One good knock for his head from the right and oops. Yeah, that's dangerous. That's a practicality thing. Do I take points off for that in concept? I guess I probably would. I don't know if it makes sense to take it off anywhere else, because I think that is in the concepting phase where we got past that. They gave him and Sue the same earring on purpose. I don't know, did they? They both are wearing just a kind of generic hoop, from what I can tell. His hoop doesn't have anything in particular going on with it. The magic keeps him safe, trust. I don't know about that. Doesn't get pulled up to his face by the chest piece and shoulder piece. T-pose would end him. Yeah, T-pose would probably almost have clipping, if not have it. No, actually the shoulders don't raise in the T-pose enough. I don't think he would have clipping from the T-pose, but ouchie. Otherwise, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9? I mostly like this design. The little things I have an issue with are kind of nitpicky, honestly. For the most part, it's fine. For practicality depend on context. If the game is a military sim, yes, but not here. I guess that's fair. We're doing a lot more suspension of disbelief in this game. It's fine. Did add his pinup page in live suggestions. His what? His pardon me, his what? Is this like the time you guys wanted me to look at the bathtub thing of, what's his name, Aventurine? Where he's in a bath, or was it him or was it the other guy? I don't remember. I'm not looking at a pinup page of a character. You can't make me. False. I'm looking at his cosmetics instead. Oh, I didn't write his grade. Did I write her grade? I did. 9 out of 10 I think is fair for him. Mostly good, couple little things. Mostly solid. They all have one. They all have one, what a pinup page? Interesting. Intriguing. Okay, so let's see what our options are here. Here's our recolor. Suddenly he is now a dragon. Suddenly he is now entirely a dragon. We could have done other blues. We could have used the gold in different ways. I don't know. I feel like the recolors they just don't put enough time into. They changed his hair color in a way that makes his face less focal, but the belt isn't as bold anymore. Now it becomes like these bright fuchsia areas that are focal. This skin, not great. The recolor, not good. Means anything to you? They have the whole pinup calendars that are, no, that's just the usual design. Oh, he's just infamously not wearing much in the way of clothing. This is interesting. Is this his historic design? This feels maybe just a little goofy to me, a little sea prince to me for how the way we're blending like more feminine, like elven shapes and fish-like shapes with like his more masculine frame is interesting, but once again, silhouette not bad. Silhouette is leaning a little bit here more than I would say it feels like it's leaning in his default from the giant Aldrin. Neptune, okay. It's not bad. It's not bad. Focal point is this bright blue gem on his chest, which is at least somewhat close to his face. The wings feel almost a little bit silly. It's like Aquaman's wife. What? I don't know about that. It's okay. It's alright. This is just a different interpretation of the character. I think I would be able to tell it's the same character, though. Maybe lined up against a bunch of other characters that are dressed from this time period. I don't know if I would. But it's okay. The banding makes it feel a little corny to me. We're having all of these gold, then black, then gold, then black, then gold, then black areas happening. Does it add the silhouette nicely? Yes, but that repetition is like a Bumblebee-esque thing that I don't know if I'm into. It does actually hold up. What does Aquaman's wife look like? I'll Google her. Is she the name or is she just called Aquaman's wife? You're talking about her in Aquaman the movie. You're not right at all. Myra, okay. Do I need like her comic design or something? Because, oh, well, the headdress has a little bit of similarity. Give him red hair and that's Mary. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I agree with you. It has similarities in color palette, and they have kind of similar crowns. No. No. She's in a skin-tight... She's wearing a skin-tight outfit. No. Green scales and headdress. These are very different. You guys are just being silly on purpose. These are very different. These are not the same. Not at all. Comic, yes, red hair and Namor be so not good. I see it. I can see similarity. No, not that one. Okay, Mara Aquaman comics. Let's see. Which one is it? If you find the one that it is, put it in live suggestions and I will look at that one. She's a war outfit. Mara Aquaman comics war fit. Also the belt. Okay, I need to know nothing is coming up that is any different for this. So if you find it, you can send me it in the live suggestions. This is fine. I don't think it looks the same. We've been dragged off task. And then finally we have a fourth one, which is Wakanda Forever. Only the most broken people can be great leaders. Wait, so is he... He's in one of the movies. Interesting. Does he have a thing in his nose? Oh, he does. He's got like a nose ring. This is neat. This feels more like it's drawing from the... What did you guys say before? Aztec references in the shape language? Second Black Panther. I've never seen that one. I saw the first Black Panther. MCU version. Honestly, this was kind of neat, but I fear we've altogether lost any of the aquatic sense that we were supposed to have. Which, maybe that's not important, where they made him Aztec. Okay, if he's just exclusively Aztec, then maybe that's fine. It's okay. I feel like we could use a little more fanfare. The silhouette I find a little bit lacking compared to his other skins. He is one of the better silhouettes in the game. But right now, not really. We could use a little more exaggeration, maybe. Like, the collar could be crazier. I've seen Aztec design where you end up with crazier silhouettes than this. Maybe that's my main critique. But I will say, I do like the color design of this. That blue is really nice. For the movie where they introduced the Aztec background. Okay, I see. Still water person. Okay. Oh, it's newer. Okay. Intriguing. I don't have much concerns about it. It doesn't feel like it's as fancied up as a lot of the other skins for other characters are, but it is just because they're giving him one of his other universe appearances, so that's fine. Who's next? I may also need to have a little bite of snack. Nope, that's not next. Who's next? Not you. Not you. You. We won't have any problem with this one, probably, for silhouette. I'm going to eat some fish cracker. He does have a headdress that he uses for, like, one scene. See, like, that would be cool. Give me a headdress of some sort. Red Wizard. Good guess. We won't have a problem with this one. Loki. Pikachu. I love that Pikachu is always going to be a guess now. This is, in fact, Scarlet Witch Wanda. Oh, I guess we do have the unfair thing, which is that I have accidentally... She was right here this whole time also, but... Her silhouette's fine. It's Jigglypuff. Crimson Mage. I don't watch Marvel. That's okay. You're good. You're good. But you not watching Marvel is actually helpful. Your guesses... I feel like a lot of people who are here, our sample group is a little biased. A lot of people who are here are probably more familiar with her than maybe you are if you don't watch Marvel. I want to know. Red Wizard. It is her. Color palette. She's all analogous. But I don't mind it too terribly much because there's at least a variety of undertone. We've got more purpley reds in the jacket and reds that are a little bit more fuchsia down here, and then reds that are warmer throughout as well, leaning more into sort of like the yellow. And especially in her in-game render, there's more variety in undertone, which I like. You guys know I tend to complain when a character's wearing an outfit of all one color, and it's all one color. It's like, oh, here's my character in all black or leather, and all of it has all the same color undertone. It drives me nuts. She doesn't, which gives me her immediate points in her color palette category, because we have purples. I can like draw all of them. Look, can I draw? Am I allowed? Is it permitted? Thank you, Lip Studio. There's one undertone. Here's another undertone. That's more pink. Look, here's almost orange. Nice. Look, we've got more purple undertones and more maroon. Look at this variety. We love variety. Variety is the spice of life. Triangles are everywhere in the design. Yeah, also repeating motifs in this one. There's more of them than some of the other characters had, where we have the triangles in her earrings. We have them in almost like the corset area around her waist. We have them on the zippers of her boots, which that's interesting. The zip up front boots. No zippers anywhere else. They're on the back of her belt. They're on her, like her sleeve ribbons are stylized to be very sharp. It gives her a much more aggressive silhouette, which is nice. I'm glad they gave her nice exaggerated shoulder pads, her very sharp spiky headpiece. All good things for her silhouette. Could they have exaggerated some more things for silhouette? Sure, maybe, if I was being picky. But for the most part, her silhouette is better than the other girlies also. Some of the other girlies we've looked at. They gave her spiked shoulders, they gave her sort of her headdress crown situation. Her skirt is longer and has two little separated tails at the bottom. Silhouette, good, passes. We had no trouble identifying her. I like the positive negative space thing they have going on with these exposed ribbons also. See if we can get her at an angle where you can really see it. I don't know if we're seeing it all the way in this either. Oh, she's covering it on both sides. But do you see how... Stop moving. Do you see how in these little tiny gaps here with the ribbons, there's positive and negative space? There's just this little gap, little negative space in there. That adds to the silhouette in a nice way. And her hair also, by being something that stays mostly behind her, isn't obstructing her silhouette too much either, despite the fact that she has a lot of it and it's very long. And her hair isn't like perfectly sleeked back like a bunch of the other girlies too. Yeah, more roughness. Yeah, she's more spiky. Things are pointing inwards. She's got a variety of things happening. She's rounded in her hair and a little bit chaotic, but she seems like she's very refined. Triangles are a foundational shape. They're very strong. She can cast hexes with the power to twist and reshape reality. So I think by looking at her alone, I don't know how much I'm inclined to look at her and decide that she is someone who has power over reality. I'm getting a little bit of the chaos end of her magic, perhaps, but I may just think that she is sort of a hellish type of character, because she's giving like demon horns with her headdress. Make her spiky, make a proper grandma? What? Huh? Grandma? What are you talking about? I will say, I appreciate them not whitewashing her unlike the movies. I did talk about that with Billy briefly also, which is that this iteration essentially is more or less the same in most ways as her Marvel movie iteration, aside from the fact that the movie iteration makes her a redhead and also white, question mark. Magneto's daughter. Okay, I didn't know that. Interesting. Lore twist reality in game, big expansion. Okay. So I don't know visually how you would want to depict that we're warping reality. Chaos's magic is everything and nothing, and she's a lot. That's fair. She's got almost like a vortex shape on her chest, which may give us some sort of look at that. I feel like there could be cool things like we were talking about with Invisible Woman, where I wonder if she could be like phasing between different parts of reality with her clothing or something. I don't know how I'd want to execute that, but maybe there's a shader that would allow for her like clothing to switch to different iteration versions of it or something, and that might be interesting. Yeah, this reads more hellish, blood, fire, I think eldritch abstract stuff. Yeah, maybe if she was a little more abstract, I would get it too. It's not too bad. Looking at the fabric physics. Interesting. I'm taking note of the physics also for her, because her hair has physics, her skirt has physics, and the little zippers have physics. But that's about it. And her earrings. Yeah. Picked warping reality with red glowy ball, according to Marvel. That's fine. That might just be me not noting it. But look, her hair is all nice and curly, and it's a little bit messier, and it's a little bit bigger and poofier. Hang on, so we've kind of got distracted. Colors, full points. Silhouette, full points. Did I do both of those? Color, full points. Complexity versus clarity. Once again, I don't feel like she's over-designed. We've got nice repetition of some of the elements where you get this sort of banding effect happening in her sleeves with these ribbons, which is repeated in her thigh area. But otherwise, the details aren't too overwhelming. So for complexity and clarity, I would say I'd probably also give her full points. For focal point, I think her chest is very focal because of the large silver emblem she has on her. That's like the largest, flattest area of that color. It's a cooler undertone than everything else is as well. And the like chest area of her shirt is very saturated, but it's set against her somewhat darker skin tone and the darker clothing around it. But her head also makes a good case for being focal as well. With her hair being so dark, it does frame her lighter face in comparison. Yeah. Unfortunately, a long-standing issue with the character. Ah, I see. It's tough. Basically a traumatized teenager, Magneto brainwashed being a villain and turned one of the most powerful people, but she is unstable. Oh, girly, I'm so sorry to hear it. That's rough. That's rough, buddy, to quote the wise words of Sokka. Focal points. I think she's mostly... I'm mostly looking at her face. I'm a little distracted by other areas, but I mostly look at her face. But she's nice and exaggerated. It's okay, she married a robot. That's true, she did marry a robot. Wise words of Zuko. Oh wait, yeah, it's Zuko saying it to Sokka. Sorry, you're right. Sorry. I haven't watched Avatar in probably 10 years. Sorry, fake fan. I haven't watched it in so long. Her son got married to his husband like 3 years ago. Oh, good for her son. Good for her son. So she's she's one of the older ones if she is old enough to have a kid who is married. But it seems like a lot of these characters exist outside the confines of time anyway, so I don't know if we're supposed to be noting any amount of age on any of these characters. They all look like they're more or less somewhere in the 20 to 45 area. They don't age. Yeah, it appears that way. But that was honestly the bulk of my thoughts for her character, which is that mostly I'm picking up what they're putting down. I appreciate this way of working with a monochromatic color palette. The silhouette is finally actually giving me something. Works. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8.5 out of 10. I think that sounds fair for her. Mm-hmm. We go through so many more of these on this because they're mostly working, but I don't have a lot of things to change about them. I feel like with Guilty Gear, even though I liked them generally better, I didn't really have a lot of stuff that I wanted to change. And I haven't really been applying the changes today either. Don't you know heroes never age like The Simpsons? Yeah, I guess that's fair. Simpsons do have episodes where they are older or younger, but you're right. Generally, they don't age. You can guess who this character is, at least. Probably, theoretically. Older than they're supposed to be because they died as children and appeared older than they should have been. Mother. Oh wait, we're jumping ahead. Hang on, don't look at her yet. Pretend you didn't see that. Mewtwo, that's correct. We're supposed to look at her cosmetics first. Logan has had a crush on a girl 1/4 his age, so... Oh no, Logan, don't do that. Oh no, no. I had to retcon Iron Man's backstory from Vietnam War to Iraq War than Afghan War. That's a lot of retcons. That's a lot of retcons. Also, the way we feel about each of those wars in succession is different, so that's interesting retcons happening there. Let's look at these skins fast quick. So, recolor first. It's fine. I think this, to me at least, feels like she's a reference to her husband, who is more robotic in nature, maybe. The focal point is still very much her chest. I just feel like this is a boring recolor, almost. This kind of does away with what I was praising her other version about, with the variation in color undertone. Yeah, it's kind of cool undertone here. It's a slightly different cool undertone there, but it feels much more samey. This is red and green, though. Okay, so never mind. We're not referencing her husband at all, actually, so you get no points for this one. This just feels like a boring color palette modification. You could have made her, like, cool and goth feeling with the color design, but you didn't. But you did not. But that's not what went on here. I don't know if I like this one. Silhouette's still fine. The only thing that changes is the colors. This one, Emporium Matron. This once again feels like we're going for hellish creature. Creature from hell, potentially. Is this really pretty? Yes. Do I still recognize this as the same character? Also, yes, which I have to give her credit for because this is a very different... This is a very different outfit. But it's nice, and the gold is also nice. The gold is also kind of leaning into sort of the infernal feeling of it. Leading to her Romani origins. Okay, I don't know if I know enough about Romani clothing to be seeing that. I'm sure if I looked at Romani clothing, I'd be able to see the reference, though. If you guys are picking it up. Hellfire Gala design, very demon, 10 out of 10. Yeah, she is very demon-like, but yeah. Not ethereal, but she's very elegant. I like that they kept her exaggerated shoulders in some way, where they almost become like demon tails. Oh, the clipping, don't look at the clipping. So the silhouette's not bad. Her hair is big and exaggerated. This is what I want. When I say VTubers should not have long hair, this is not what I'm talking about. Do you see how her hair has an overall shape to it? It expands out around an edge and then tips back in, and then it comes way back out. Do you see the contrast? We see a negative space inside these little locks. There's another one right here. It's nice, it's good. It gives silhouette in a way that a lot of the chunkier, big one-piece hair silhouettes we see in VTubing don't. And yeah, they did make her headpiece look more like horns in this one, it seems. Maybe intentionally. There's like a fox symbol on the side of her leg, too. Yeah, obsessed with her hair and the skin. It's pretty. I like the gradient for it, too. It's cute. And we didn't look at any of them before. This thing that's happening down here, the movement, the galaxy pattern that's moving, I fear it's really distracting on some of the characters, but on her it's not as distracting. And I like it in the back of her hair. The hair I feel like is one of the best places for them to be putting that, so that way when you're playing as the character and watching them, it's a little nice little treat for you to watch, but it's not super overwhelming. And these earrings are also really cool. These earrings are not just default rings. There were a bunch of ones we saw where people just had a default hoop. Look at these, they're designed. And they're using her dark hair to make them more visible. Her face is absolutely focal here because her crown, I don't know what to call it. Her crown is so bright and saturated, it's pointing us down into her face, which her dark hair is framing rather nicely. I really like this skin. This is another one of the skins I really like. Same time, doesn't look like a Hellfire Gala design. I don't know what a Hellfire Gala is. Oh, and here's her design from the MCU. Honestly, downgrade for me. This feels kind of generic to me. Am I the only one that feels that way about it? I fear that the details aren't specific enough and the silhouette is so much less exaggerated, not just of the crown, but of the shoulders, of the, what do we call these, tassets? Whitewashed. Yeah, also that. Not great. This is just so toned down. The belt is so small. The hair silhouette is still chaotic, but I feel like it's just a downgrade from her default skin, unfortunately. Actress said slurs. Oh, lordy, okay. Thumbs down in every way, shape, and form then. Ugh. Hellfire Gala is an event hosted by Emma Frost. Basically an excuse for artists to give characters high fashion outfits. Oh, is it? It's a thing in World or in... Oh no, it's a thing in the comics. New superheroes and villains attend. Neat, okay. I can appreciate that, I can appreciate that. This skin, thumbs down. This is worse than her default skin. This is also worse than her default skin. This is probably about the same as her default skin. I like this one. Based on the Met Gala. I figured it would be. I figured it probably was if we're doing fashion events for it. That works. Doesn't even wear the headpiece in the movies. Then what's the point? I feel like when we talk about character designs, there's things, it's the Miku effect. Everyone has two things that make them who they are. For Scarlet Witch, it's the fact that she's wearing the color scarlet and her headpiece is so distinctly specific to her. You get rid of the headpiece, you've lost a key component of her, and the amount of red that's in this outfit is so much less, where the primary color in this palette is black, which makes it less interesting. Thumbs down for me. I was supposed to here for the first round reviews, hoping the darker characters being villains is not a widespread pattern, knowing Marvel though. Oh, uh-oh. I didn't even think about that trend. Who are the other villains that are here? Magneto is a villain? And he's a white dude? Question mark? Is he? I actually don't know. I said that with confidence. I actually don't know. I don't know the answer to that. It might not be. Black Panther is a hero. Cloak is a hero, I believe, right? Magneto's Jewish. Okay. Oh no. So now we've done it. We've done once again a minority we're using as a villain. Magneto survived the Holocaust, right? Famously, he's a Holocaust survivor. Let me tell you a secret. I don't actually know anything about Magneto. I actually know nothing about Magneto, despite the fact that I believe he's played by one of my favorite actors. I actually know nothing about him. Namor is a villain. Oh no. Oh no. Holocaust survivor. Oh, okay, so Marvel, we might need to work on that. That's not great. That's why I distrust humans. Fair. Understandable, actually. I think I would hate humans too if, yeah. Posted Wanda, Hellfire, Gala, and live suggestions. Oh, thank you. Scarlet Witch has been a hero and a villain, depends on the story. Very chaotic by design. Yeah, I know she was both, at least in the Avengers timeline. Same with Namor. Okay, if they're going both ways, that's good, but I fear that both of them were originally concepted as villains. I thought is, Okay, who was this again? Actually, I don't think I can look at a in-game model of this character, because I don't think she's... Spoiler, thighs. That's not her name. Her name's not Mother also. You can't just say thighs, that's not her name. This is Emma Frost, yes. You guys guessed correctly immediately. I don't think she's in game yet. I don't think I can rotate around her in game, so we may just have to look at her here. Namor is originally a hero who fought Nazis with Cap. Oh, hell yeah. Okay, well that's good then, at least. Depends on the time it shows how black or gray a character is in black and white world. Okay, I see. She's not. Scarlet Witch did start as a villain. Okay. She's coming tomorrow. She releases tomorrow. Oh, come on. Come on. This happens all the time to me. Every time. Wasn't it when I was looking at ZZZ? That one character who had like a bow and arrow or something, he was supposed to like release like that night or something, like after my stream. I feel like this happens every time we do one of these, where there's a character that's like releasing the next day. Like if I would have held off until next week, we would have had it. Yeah, Harumasa, yeah. Same deal with Reverse 1999. It happens every time. But here she is. This is her render that I found. It's not the greatest, unfortunately, in terms of quality. But here she is. What does she have going for her? Silhouette! Silhouette! She has big exaggerated shoulder shape. She's got this kind of almost corny coattail. She's got thicker thighs. She is like almost a wrestler kind of outfit to me, and the boots are kind of what makes me feel that way. But the silhouette is much better than the other two girls who share a color palette with her. First 1999 dropped a trailer the day after you finish the tier list. Ah, I'm safe, I'm free. Diamond form gonna go hard. Yeah, so she has this diamond motif happening on her shoulders and on her chest, which is nice. And then it ends up repeating throughout her clothing. This is a really good render to see what's going on with her outfit. I actually will switch rooms for this. That way we can see her. Actually, it doesn't matter. I can't get her any bigger here. All I can think of when I see combat outfits like this is screw protecting the femoral arteries, I guess. Yeah, I could do with maybe some armor, because you guys told me she's a tank previously. If I were to look at her, just look at her and guess her concept, I can see that she has something crystalline going on and there's something blue happening. So I would say, okay, maybe she has an ice power. I think I would get to that one. If I were to guess her, what her occupation is or things like that, I think I would guess that she's a wrestler. Because the coattails and the way that her boots are shaped are so over the top in that sort of comedic manner that wrestling outfits tend to be. And that is a case where, you know, a character, I mean, wrestlers are kind of characters, but a person can be very strong and they're going to be fighting. It's like a frontline, very like, you know, we're up in the business, each other's business situation, but they are not inherently overly clothed. And it may also be because she's got like a, like, what is this called? What do you call it? Not singlet. It's like the bathing suit. It's like the one-piece design. What do you call it? I'm gonna lose my mind. Looks like the leader in the blonde-hair, blue-eyed sister trio. Yeah, she's the one in charge of the rest of them. Full-time diva. Yeah, doesn't use armor because she is the armor. Great. Is this a quiet type of character where she has to have her skin out because her skin is part of the thing, so she actually should be mostly naked? Is that what's going on? Leotard, unitard, one of those things. And turn her skin to an organic diamond. Okay, that's cool. That's great. Fantastic. To somebody who doesn't know that lore, looking at her, she does not look armored enough for frontline. Mother of 5, White Queen of the Hellfire Club, billionaire, yeah, close. Okay. She looks expensive. She looks like she has an expensive taste. She's outspoken. Okay. Leotard? Yeah, leotard. Is that not the word for what she's wearing? She doesn't need her skin out. Yeah, I guess not. She is giving diva. I'll give her that much for concept. For silhouette, she's different from the other girls. I will give her that. For color palette, I'm getting bored of this color palette, unfortunately, in this game. So we may reflect that, grading the color palette. I don't know if I'd give her full points. It's fine, but I'm tired of seeing blue, white, silver. I'm tired of it. Silhouette is fine. Constant motifs. I don't know. Smart idea to put people off by thinking they can stab her. I guess. Puts it out 'cause she likes messing with people. I guess good for her, but yeah, I don't know. Once again, if a Marvel character started with telepathy and gained another diamond skin. Wait, hang on. Does she have an ice power? What do you mean started with telepathy? Common among her designs to show an excess of skin. That's fine. Kind of a quiet situation. Famously has a lot of skin showing in most of her appearances, supposedly for the diamond skin thing. I see. Dagger should have been mainly white and yellow. Emma should have been like an iridescent color. No ice powers. Psychic powers. What? Wait, so I totally guessed wrong. I guessed completely wrong. Why is her last name Frost also? That might have not helped my guess, but no cryo powers. A telepath. Read minds and control them? Whoa, okay. So my thoughts on concept are actually very different then. I thought she was another ice type of character, visually, because crystals were giving crystalline ice. With the blue, it's very frosty, it's shiny, it's holographic. Maybe I've just been looking at Snow Miku designs too much. It's her real name and not her hero name? I guess, but that's interesting. Not that we can show telepathy by looking at someone necessarily very easily. Just meant to be diamond. Oh, okay. This one on Twitter do a recolor, whereas a woman was her classic blue, Dagger was white with gold accents, Emma was white with periwinkle accents, helps distinguish them. So my question here is, if she's not ice-based, why does she need to be blue as her secondary color? Personality is cold. There's other cool undertone colors we could use though. Like we could put her into like, yeah, like a periwinkle undertone even. Hang on. I thought the blue was there because we needed it there to telegraph things. Does not usually have blue. Huh? Wait, hang on. If she doesn't normally have blue, then why does she have blue now? Give her like purple or something. Purple's a color we associate with psychic abilities. Huh? What? Yeah, she could have been more iridescent? I'm actually perplexed. If she isn't normally blue and they've made her blue for this iteration, I actually take issue with that. Just make her purple. Make her a different color girly. It's not that hard. You can leave some blue accents, but just like doing that and doing this is probably going to do a world of benefit for color palette differentiation for her. Usually pure white. We could have done pure white with just variations in color undertone. We could have done that. That is also an option. That's so interesting to me. Like, go for this. Now she's a different blue significantly from the other girls. Also, I don't know how I feel about the blue lipstick. So I'm posted original colors and life suggestions. Okay, I'll see. Where is it? You'll be able to see it too when I open it. Where's my own server? Hello? Live suggestions. Oh, some Squirrel Girl appearances. Interesting Fantastic Four outfits. Cool. Oh, interesting. Wow, you're not kidding that she usually has a lot more skin. Be careful. It's okay. It's far enough away, and I actually don't think any... Oh, there is one TOS violation in there. That's, a point. She really only has white colors on her clothes. See, I feel like some of these are also more interesting outfits than what we have here. Some of those are kind of crazy. I feel like we got gypped a little bit. And also the colors are weird, and the lipstick, I don't know if I'm on board with. It's so giving that she's like dead undertone. People were complaining. You should see her original Hellfire Gala outfit. Okay, we can, if you guys send me it, we can see it. If you guys let me know that it was sent. But, interesting, intriguing even. Pearl blue lipstick from SpongeBob, no! No, they love blue with white. Don't get me wrong, me too. I also love blue with white. But give me something else. This just feels odd. You could give her like high fashion blue lipstick, but like something about this blue is not feeling right to me. Like maybe desaturated a little more? I feel like the saturation was kind of weird for me. I don't know. Her other outfits that you guys showed me there feel very high fashion. Yeah, give her like white lipstick even maybe, yeah. Meanwhile, this feels like a wrestler. It doesn't feel high fashion to me the way that those other outfits you showed do. Yeah, the white kind of is better than the blue. A little bit. So I guess it might help is that the Hellfire Club uses chess pieces for tanks, Emma specifically the White Queen. Oh, okay, interesting. She's meant to be high fashion, sci-fi model. I guess. I don't know. This is one of those ones where after seeing the other way she was interpreted, I don't know if I understand this interpretation of her as much as other interpretations we've seen today. Meant ranks. Okay. Doesn't every Marvel character feel like a wrestler? Kind of, but they don't always feel that way. I don't know. Now knowing that for color, I'm gonna do that. For complexity versus clarity, she's fine. I don't really mention the way of clarity issue with her. For focal point, where is she? For focal point, it is still her head, because I will say the one thing I will give them is that by keeping the clothing in an overwhelmingly cool color palette and leaving her a very bright blonde, by bright I mean saturated, it does make her face very focal. I could also see a claim being made for her legs being focal, because her thighs are the biggest flat plane of a single color and they're warmer than all the other tones in the design. I can tell they're making an effort at least with her blonde hair, bringing us to look at her face. But here's my question. Do all of you feel similarly, or are you also feeling in a way where maybe I shouldn't be as kind for the face? Are the thighs completely out competing? Legs for me, and I don't want it to be. Ah, okay. I see. Other thoughts? Just not a huge fan of her in general, so I struggle to care. That's also fair. Oops, I turned the music off. Thighs are the main focal point. It's a face for me. Thigh focal. People thought that her cape was going to add to her size and make her hitbox bigger. Goddess Blade, thank you for following. Thigh focal. Thighs are competing. Okay, if the thighs are competing that much, maybe I was being optimistic. Have you seen the trailer? Similar amount of animation between her face and her thighs. Okay, so if that's the case, then they are outcompeting her face with her thighs. If they're putting that much effort into her thighs, they want you to look at them, which is fine, but she doesn't seem like the kind of character that's really using her thighs for anything. I guess it's the diamond skin. We're using the in-universe excuse of, oh, it's diamond skin. I think that's where it goes. Want her thighs to convey her tankiness. We can convey tankiness other ways. I don't know. Concept. I was totally betrayed. I thought she was going to be Frost themed in some way because of not just her name, but also the color palette. The diamonds are there, very much there. But I think she goes there, unfortunately. Step above bikini male. Yeah, it is. Just a step. And I thought she was a wrestler. I don't think she's serving fashion enough the way she should be. The shapes feel cartoony and silly. The exaggeration is not giving high fashion. It's giving wrestler, unfortunately. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10. Not bad. She's still doing better than the other girls who had two similar palettes to her, but still feel like we could do better. I still really feel like we could do better. She has a grappling game. What, with her legs? Interesting. Intriguing. I was supposed to eat fish crackers, and I'm instead just holding them in my hand while all the salt just dissolves off and fuses with my fingers. So this one I don't think we're gonna have an issue guessing either. Thankfully. Thankfully. Who is this, Twitch? Who is this? I don't think you have a problem guessing who this is, but who is it? Stop. Hammer time. Basically, Professor X is based on a peaceful fight against oppression, and Magneto is based on violent fight against oppression. There's a joke of characters in canon having Magneto was right. Most X-Men characters play with these themes that they're supposed to represent minorities. Ah, okay, I see. If they're playing with that theme in that kind of way, then that is probably an okay approach to a villain. Then, in a way of, he was right. I understand. I know why he's being like that. But, yeah. Point why her design is wrestler type is because Marvel Rivals changed. Her very much should be like a tank type character, unlike her original counterpart, which is a slim body with white accents. We can still do the white accents, but make it feel fashion. I don't know. Seeing some of those other outfits, they could have just used those with a little bit more designing up on them. More or less. I don't know. Who is this Pokemon? Take away the head wings and you can't tell it's Thor. Oh, really? Fuzzy Mortal, thank you for following. You're right. And if I did the same to Captain America, you would have never known that was him either. I guess. Unfortunately. The fact that they do have one thing that makes it clear who they are. Fine. Fine. At least I can tell it's Thor. The long hair with this body type and the little bit of edges that make me think fur are enough to kind of push my mind in the direction we need to be going in here. I don't know. It's a fire type starter final evolution. That's a lot of words. Captain America with bigger wings. Bigger wings and more luxurious locks of hair. And also much more shoulder. Most of the dudes are beefy. Yeah, I think most of the dudes also share the same body base. It'll become really apparent if we look at, I think, Bucky compared to Hawkeye, that their musculature is exactly the same. Just better cap in terms of silhouette. Yes, this is just better cap. There's cap and better cap. No cap. Where is he? Oh, I was gonna look at Hela too. There's so many people to look at. Here we go. Punisher's a normal human and he's bigger than Captain. Oh, lordy, that's not great. Bucky's canonically kind of small without his arm in the comics, but they made him the same as everyone else in this, unfortunately. The wing cap is better when not on Cap. Yeah, the wing cap makes more sense on Thor. So, Thor. I have no trouble looking at this character and saying, all right, this is a guy based in Norse mythology. I think I'm also too familiar with him, and I think the Mjolnir design is too iconic at this point for us to look at it and think of anything else. But I can look at this and immediately say, yeah, okay. Winged helmet, that sort of face framing shape. I'm getting the Norse mythology angle to it. I wish there was more of mayhaps a little bit of the lightning motif in here. Because it's in his powers, but it's not in the clothing super much. Like if I zoom in and look at the motifs going on throughout his clothing, these are just generic circles. This is a little bit of sort of Nordic inspired patterning. This is just armor, circles, circles. What is going on in his little patterns? Like a little bit of like a diamond? Does this man once again not have a motif? Don't think about Marvel. I thought this was Wolverine with the horns and furry shoulders. Oh, okay, well, maybe that counts against him if you thought this was Wolverine. Wait, hang on. Well, Wolverine is differentiated by the fact that he's shorter in this one, but you might be right that they might be pretty similar in silhouette. Hang on, I gotta check this. Let him show some skin, SMH. I know. Let Thor show some skin. Hang on, let me check. So we can flip back and forth between them. Oh, when his hair isn't up in the shape, they are probably going to be more different. But actually, I see what you're saying. They're both built a little stockier. Where is he? Hello? Oh, he's really big for some reason. Hello? Look, they're friends. They can hang out now. But they both, you're right, have like the exact same amount of weight in the shoulder area. Let me move him over. You'll notice the main difference is probably gonna be proportioning though, because we're meant to feel that Wolverine is shorter, even though apparently he isn't. Do you see the head to body ratio difference here between these two lads? Like I've scaled them so their bodies are more or less the same size. Shoulders are about the same width. Wolverine is still a little wider in the leg, but feet are more or less the same size. His head is a little bit bigger. His hands are bigger. But you're right, they are kind of... They are pretty similar. Or shoot a cape like his costume has. I am not always a fan of capes, but it seems like from you guys saying earlier with Magneto that the only thing differentiating Magneto from Cap is the cape. Didn't know what Wolverine looked like in game. I was thinking about the comedic yellow leotard design. No. He still is a little goofy to me, but not the leotard, no. Might be meant to be metal because metal is meant to be magnet for lightning. Maybe, I can see that. Metal's fine. Proportioning likely due to their gameplay roles. Wolvie is still very much smaller by comparison. Ah, I see. Wanted to go myth. More myth? Hang on, where? What? You guys are replying to comments I can't see. Bucky's kind of small. Yeah, wait. More myth. They could have given him thick belt that makes him strong. Ah, they could have. But they use it for Ben Grimm, apparently. It's Thor. He does not have a motif other than circle, which I guess Wanda had triangle, so I can't get mad about having just basic shape as visual motif. We could have had lightning very easily. This almost, the way this zigzags on his chest, almost gives us a little bit of lightning, so I wish they would have done more of that, mayhaps, or maybe tapered it more, so that way we could read it that way, and then maybe continue it reading as lightning down here. That's just like a little subtle nod into the lore. But I don't really have any trouble telling that this is Thor, at least. Feel more Odin. I guess that might feel more Odin, but as is, do you have a better suggestion for a motif for him? Other than, I guess, metal. Just Norse guy. Yeah, what would clearly make this be Thor as opposed to Norse guy? More older Thor. Yeah, it is an older Thor than we're used to, potentially. 1984, probably Trigun. Huh? What? Trigun? Where? Trigun where? Now that we're on Marvel, what is your favorite comic if you have one? Oh, I mean, manga is not... Manga and comics, kind of different, not the same. Favorite comic? I don't know if I have an answer to that. I favorite graphic novels, if that qualifies, if that works. Trigun Sleeper activated. Sorry. I didn't mean to. Isn't Thor also supposed to represent thunder and lightning or whatever? I'm gonna call my father. And ask him about this, because my father is, pagan, question mark. My father is Norwegian pagan. My father, the Italian man, also. And not in the way that he is like a man cosplaying Wicca or whatever. He is fully dedicated, like, does all his crazy research, and apparently saw a sign when I was like 17, and he won't tell anyone what it was because apparently that's a whole thing. So I will ask him what I can do to make something be recognizably Thor, mayhaps. A cultural reference point from my father. The hammer I know is important, and the hammer does help. That does help. No, I'm turned back into stream when I heard it. What, Trigun? Did I activate you, Katana? I'm activating people by saying it. I have my own sleeper agents for it. So, you know, maybe the hammer's enough, but maybe then I wish that the hammer was a repeating motif throughout the patterning. If I really look real hard, I might be able to say, like, okay, maybe this is taking almost a hammer shape. This is referencing... Oh, wait, that is what that is, isn't it? Hang on. Wait, I might need to look, because that looks like... My dad has a pendant that has... Yeah, okay, that is what this is supposed to be. This symbol here is another Thor's hammer symbol, but like in the more historic sense, less cartoony, big square sense. So that's good. I wish they had that elsewhere then, or something else that's in this sort of shape. Because this is Mjolnir as far as like, yeah, how the depictions go. Little swirls. Much more angular, more like a pentagon. There's other ones that are also more pentagonal maybe, but I think that's what this is referencing, is this representation of Thor's hammer. So that's good, at least, having that in there. Okay, that costume with Loki in a bridesmaid's costume? Are they the bridesmaids for Emma Frost? Whoops, hang on, other character. Not who I want. Give me Thor back, thanks. There we go. Norse symbols that some of us won't get. Yeah, I think that might be what it is. Maybe there are Norse symbols that I don't get. I know that triangles also have some symbolism in Norse mythology, so I'm gonna wonder if that's related. Maybe I'll let him go that I'm not seeing motifs. Maybe it's fine. I like that he at least has a little bit of asymmetry from his one side belt, but I fear that otherwise he's too symmetrical for me. Yeah, the triangle repeats, so I bet that triangle also has some Norse cultural reference that I am missing. So symmetrical. For a god, that's okay. But he's known for having, like, being, you know, having fury and also a little bit more chaotic, mayhaps, than this. Not like Loki chaos, but I fear that he's too symmetrical for me. Is this his? No, this isn't his grade. So, I really didn't have anything go in a coherent manner here. Color palette. I don't really have any concerns with this color palette. I like that there's a much more navy undertone to some of the metal, which feels a little more stormy, which has to do with him maybe and his lore. Got the more bright and teal blue undertone of some of the other silver elements. The toned down gold is nice. I'm glad it's not as bright and bold as it could be. I'm glad it's a little less saturated. There's black. The red is pairing nicely. As far as color palette goes, I think it mostly works. For silhouette, it's okay. Why is the fur not exaggerated the way it could be? Why is his beard and his hair not exaggerated the way it could be? Why are his tassets not exaggerated? Why is his belt not exaggerated? All of these elements could be further exaggerated to give him better silhouette. It's not as bad as some of the other dudes, but I just wish they did more for it. He just becomes a Dorito. His silhouette weight is entirely based on the shape of his body. The clothing's not adding anything. Maybe they want to do Order versus Chaos as opposed to Loki. I guess, maybe. Never know about triangles having meaning in Norse mythology. I know Ring does since Odin has 9 rings. Let's see, how many rings do you have? 3, 6. Wait, hang on. 3, 6, 7, 8. Oh, 9, 10. Wait, hang on. That would have been a nice thing if they made it so that there were actually 9. That would be nice if it was making that reference. Myth where Thor lost his hammer to a giant, Loki helped him to get it back. By having Thor pretend to be Frey and marry the giant. I've heard of that one. I think I'm familiar with that one. Guess the one on his hammer. Well, if I'm counting, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I guess if we're counting the ones, it seems like there's more than that number, unfortunately. Lexi versus Clarity, I don't really have any trouble with. He seems, the only Clarity moment I might have is that from a distance, his little center piece of fabric might blend into his thighs a little bit. But that's not too bad as far as Clarity goes. I can make out his head, make out different parts of his armor very clearly. He's gonna punch me, I can see his arms pretty well. I'm gonna guess he's not gonna kick me because his legs are pushed back. For focal points, it does end up being his face for me. Despite the red being a real strong contender, the white being solely isolated in this design to his head makes it pretty focal for me. If you feel that the red is out competing, we could move it further, but I think the red competes a little bit, but mostly I look at his face. The blue happening also from the shader on his helmet also helps too. No? Okay. Loki's is symmetrical too. Is Loki symmetrical? Oh, is Loki symmetrical? It's the face? Okay. If we feel strongly it's a face, I will agree with you and I will give him the full points for that. Oh my god, is Loki really fully symmetrical? Red outcompetes it for me. Okay, wait. Okay, never mind. We will put it back here. We'll put it here. I think that's fair. I think it's fair taking away a half point for that. For concept and motifs, I wish they would have done maybe more with it. Maybe there are references I'm missing. But he just kind of lacks a motif for me a little bit. And I don't know if I understand, like, we're doing scale mail, that's okay. I don't know. And then his arms feel almost medieval knight. I don't know, maybe the Chaos Guy symmetrical? Yeah, I can't believe they've done this. He was not on my list for people to look at today, and we still have another hour. How many more characters do I have left? I might have a couple. But if he's not there, I will look at him. He's like, you need prior context to understand the character. Yeah. You know, if I didn't have the hammer and previous exposure to, well, no, my previous exposure to Norse type character design means that this is fine for me. I understand him from looking at him. We forgot Gamba. Oh, you're right, we forgot Gamba. They didn't want to, you guys didn't want a Gamba last Thursday, so I think I just like forgot about it. So what is this, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10? He is one of the stronger, male characters for me. So I think that would be fine. I can figure out who he is. Is he missing a couple things? Maybe. But he's mostly there. That's fine. Yeah, it'll be fine. We'll check his skins real quick. What? Cosmetics. Whoa! Why does he have so many more skins? Did all of them have 6? That's a lot. Okay, so this is his movie version. Whoa. Okay, lots of animation happening. Whoa! Whoa! Jeez, okay. Over detailing, and for what? Because it's not telling me anything new. The banding is crazy. This is like taking the Genshin mentality of how to deal with metal and putting it on a character in this game. I don't like that. I don't know if I like this one. The cape is maybe nice. The silhouette is also maybe worse. And the colors are just entirely too much. I don't like this one. No, not for me. Thumbs down. Again, Sunnyberg Guns N' Roses might end up listening to it later. Look up Red Vox. If you don't know who Red Vox is, if you have heard of Vine Sauce, this is a streamer's music. This is Vinny Vine Sauce, aka the only YouTuber I watched for probably about 10 years. The reason I knew what streaming was because of him. Yeah, Speen Man. I have too much overlap with that man. We do funny spin also. Not the way he does. We do orb, we do rotate. I'm really encroaching on his territory, huh? And the reason I found VTubing was because some of the other Vine Sauce people, streamers, became VTubers. So you can thank him for me being here, I guess. Funny EG lore moment, but yeah, Limalicious being, whoa. Limalicious existing, also, Imakuni. I think more than half of the Vine Sauce fellas, are now, like, alt, who used to be called something else, are VTubers. So funny to me. The overlap is here. Design's neat, don't usually care for the colors, but it feels balanced. I actually like this a lot. This is what I was thinking about for triangles. Triangles in Nordic designs. This triangle motif he has here. I don't know what that's called, but that is a specific Norse symbol. I actually like this one a lot. It feels a little bit more eldritch, a little older. I don't know if I would know that this is Thor maybe as immediately and readily, but is it sick? Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, the cloak, by being big and exaggerated and having the fur doing what it should have been doing on the other version. The shape of his, helmet? His helm is really neat. We are losing the wing shape, which I think was something we did need. If all these offshoots coming out the top here were shaped in a way, you guys can't even really see it because he's clipping off the top, but if they were shaped more in a wing-like manner, I would like it a lot. It doesn't look fully like Thor, but I really like this skin otherwise. It almost feels Outer Wilds-esque to me. I don't know. Yeah, don't usually care for these colors, but it feels balanced. Yeah, they've managed to mix metals in a way that doesn't bug me. The red ends up still being a little distracting for me on the fists, but the white and color undertone choice to make the much brighter metal for the helm also works really well. It's neat. I like this one. This, it feels like a more... almost feels more historic. This is another one, right? Look at this. I'm so distracted by this triangle here. We're losing a lot of the more Norse elements for me, unfortunately. It's the Thor rune. Oh my god, wait, is that what that is? Is that called the Thor rune? Valknut, thought to be related to Odin. Oh, okay, so maybe that is why we have triangles in all of them, is that. Looks like Adam Warlock got buff. Yeah, I don't know if I recognize this as Thor. The only thing that made me know it was him was the wings on the helm before. His outfit loses a lot of the Norse references for me. This feels like just dark bad guy. 3 triangles represent 9 corners and 9 worlds. That's what, oh, okay, so like the 9 rings too, I see. Okay, yeah, distracting in the chest. Fuchsia belt draws my focus a good bit, but still the blonde hair is working mostly for me. Galaxy pattern in the cloak is nice, at least. If you're playing the game, you get to watch his hair and his cloak, which is nice. Was there numbers on his... Pick your thing up. Oh, yeah, there's like numbers and runes on it here, which is interesting. Herald of Galactus. The God King of Asgard and Thunder. Burning Herald of Galactus, and to all of this, Herald King says nay. Okay, so is this evil Thor? I could see this maybe being a case for being evil Thor. I don't know if I like this as much as some of the other ones we've seen. It's kind of sleek, which is neat, but it's okay. Does not look fancy enough for Galactus. It feels like it's missing something, and this feels like a strange design choice to me on the chest. I don't know if I'm about it. What is this one? Whoa! Is this his? This is his, like, older Avengers one, right? Theoretically, or not Avengers. His older, just in general design. I would look at this immediately and be like, yeah, that's Thor. But this feels so silly. Why is he tiled? It says 2007, but why does he look like he's tiled like a bathroom floor? Classic comic style. This is just too much for me. The amount of contrast happening on his sleeves and his legs is too overwhelming. But I at least have no trouble knowing that this is Thor. He gets a different face sculpt for this one too, I think. It looks like almost. Bah, Thor, room floor. Yeah, I see that. The one thing I can say I do like about this though is that his belt, the T, is becoming the hammer. So I'll give them that at least as a nice touch. The classic debated also Viking helmet. Did the Vikings wear the round helmet with the spikes on them or not? No, they didn't. Yes, they did. No, they didn't. Yes, they did. I think we're currently at no, they didn't. Like bad Nike or Under Armour leggings or sleeves. Yeah, the fact they're glued like flat to his limbs. I don't know if I'm about that. Like they have no external shape to them. It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, but it's kind of funny. The light hair. This is like a younger version of the skin too. And then I think this is the recolor. Aw, I don't like this recolor. This is just a man. This is just some dude. This isn't anyone. This is just some dude. This is just a random man. This is just some guy. Yeah, the other one was painfully Thor. None found in the Viking age graves, so probably not. Yeah, probably not. It's like boob armor, the way it's glued to his muscles unrealistically. Yeah, if you noticed, it did kind of flex with him kind of weirdly, but this is just man. This is just Viking man. Temu Thor. This is Thor from Walmart. I think we've lost him. I think the color palette is a problem and that we've lost him. The focal point is indisputably the head, however. We don't have distracting red, but it's just boring. Thor at home, like the purple and blue is just boring. If they wanted to sell these secondary skins, I don't think they're making a good case for it. Bad shiny Pokemon color palette. I have so many thoughts about shiny Pokemon color palettes. Do you know what my favorite Pokemon is, Shroomates? You know. I think you know. You might know. Do you know what my favorite Pokemon is? 3 colors are free? Oh, okay. If 3 colors are free, then I wouldn't complain. That's fine. Skin for if you hate red, I guess. No. Not Shroomish, no. I've told you guys before once upon a time. A lot of you got it right when we did the Shroomate lore quiz. Has nothing to do with mushrooms. Maybe you don't know. Maybe we don't. Good guesses though. I surprisingly am not huge on a lot of the ones. Yeah. Selma's got it. Yeah, Skitty. Skitty's my favorite Pokemon. I forcibly prevented Skitties from evolving in Emerald, and I had a team of all Skitties that I beat the game with. Don't worry, you're not bad at remembering things. It's okay. We've talked a lot about Pokemon here before, so I don't blame you. We've talked about all of those Pokemon in some way. I wouldn't surprised if people guessed Marini also. Breloom is cute. They are cute. Not free, just lowered price. I'm not about it. Not about the skins here. But I don't like Skitty or Delcatty's shiny versions. I don't like them. They're not that great. They're not that cool. Power move? Thanks. I'm normally not a gamer, but it was a power move. Most of the time was spent trying to catch them in the first place. But I do love them. Diancie, hate her shiny form, wish it was carbon colored rather than hot pink. Yeah, I would love to have a talk with whoever designs the shiny forms of a bunch of Pokemon, because sometimes they just kind of go, meh. Well, I guess we have to do them. They feel like afterthoughts for something people seek after for so much. Shiny versions are just slightly lesser, more saturated normal colors. I like when they're slightly more saturated or when they do the color change. Yeah, Leafeon does not have a color change, really. It's so minimal. I think Skitty just becomes red, which I don't like. I like Skitty pink, thank you very much. I want my pink cute kitten, please, come on. I don't know. There's some weird decisions made. But anyways, Thor, 8 out of 10. This skin, just regular man, you've lost me. Our champ changes nothing. Why do they do that? I don't understand why they do that. I don't get it. Anyways, give us ultimate. Wait, give us Autumn Leafeon? See, that's what I want. Why don't they do clever things with them? Where they could say, oh, Autumn Leafeon. Oh, this, like, because Glaceon's is like a more like like cool undertoned, right? It's more green undertone, which I guess is technically more. Never mind, I lied. Early Pokemon shinies were decided by random code, right? Oh, were they? I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Could be the case. Okay, Adam, the Warlock. Mr. Golden Jesus himself, Space Jesus. Supposed to be Doctor Strange or Magneto. Okay, so you are highlighting the thing. I think the people who are guessing are mostly people who know. Because looking at the silhouette, I think if I didn't know what these characters looked like in this game already, I could have guessed, yes, Doctor Strange, maybe also. Not Magneto. I associate Magneto with having smooth top of head. Mr. Strange. Yeah, not the Doctor. This is Mr. But this is... Oh, you're right. It does kind of look like a nose. Wait. Hang on. You're right. It does look like... There he is. There's the man. Looks like they gave Bucky a cape. That's also true. It does, the hairstyle is pretty much exactly the same as Bucky in this game, but you'll see Bucky's silhouette is actually kind of different. The only way I can tell is the cape position and the pose and the hair length. Okay, so the fact that we're looking for things like the position of the cape and the pose to tell us who the character is, thumbs down. Not great. Not fantastic. It is Adam Warlock, however. And this man, I think, has one of the worst palettes in this game for his default skin. I actually really dislike it. Where is he? Where are you, man? Oh, right, first guy. I get that your bit is that you're gold. I get it. I get it. I understand. Look me in the eye. Why does your hair color have to be the same color as your skin tone? Why do you have to be so saturated? Why is the hair just desaturated your hair color? Why couldn't the hair color be something different? Everything is the same color other than the red. The undertone of the black leaves something to be desired for me. It doesn't do it for me. It just doesn't. It just doesn't. Does his hair have to be this color? Yellow hair with gold skin and gold eyes. I like, make him like almost brunette if we want it to be gold. Make it like aged gold. Like even this color. Please, please. The hair is so drab and icky. It looks like he's unwell. Let's see if I just do color. No, I might have to do multiply. Can I save it? Because here's the other thing. I'm going to put this effort into saving, to modifying him real quick. And then we're just going to go look at his skin at the end of this. And I think, if I remember correctly, I thought his skin was way better than his default. And he is one of the only ones that I feel that way about. Get rid of these so we can still have the hair highlights. Wow. Wow. But like already... This works better, I think. And you can treat it so that it's like shiny and metallic, so that way it still feels like it's made out of gold. Because his hair just felt like, yeah, like normal human man blonde. Like that's an improvement in every way, and it makes his face so much more focal. This has such an infinitely better effect. I don't know why his hair was not this color already, innately. And then the red is an odd undertone for me also. I feel like the red could use to be more purple, so that we're getting more of like a complementary color palette out of him. I don't know. Or then it give the perfect man a dumpy in the game. They made most of the men flat. I'm so sorry. That is just the way that it was done in this game. What have I not listened to out of these yet? Was it Realign that we didn't do? Yeah, I think it was Realign. He has both warm red and cold red. He does have the cold red down here in the lower part, but I want a little more cooler red maybe in his upper body. Because I fear that this red, by being more almost leaning into orange, isn't working for me. This might do problems with the saturation, which maybe is the secondary issue I'm having. Oh yeah, this is not gonna fix it. This is called making it mauve, which is going to cause its own problem. I don't know if I can modify that the way I want it to. Crazy to think red could be a blue and work better. I don't think you're crazy. I don't think you're crazy, but I'm not sure if I would know how to execute that. Let's try like this maybe? This is a really saturated blue I've chosen, but it doesn't have to be this saturated. More characters with blue on them is what you've decided also here. Let's see. We can change the color of this once I have it all filled in also and just do a little bit of hue sliding around to see what we like. If there's something that might work a little bit better for us. The blue is interesting, but I don't know if I like it. Make it mauve, extra credit challenge. False. No, I don't like mauve. No, we will not be doing that. Some old comic designs and suggestions. Maybe go with blue and make accents red. Maybe. Let me turn this down. Like something in like that range might be maybe nice. Let me do tonal correction. Hue. We'll just slide through the hue and see if, like, that's maybe a nice color we're getting into there. These greens and teals are kind of nice. Don't know about that. Don't know about this. Nope. Lost me. Now we're just into too similar of gold. Honestly, maybe it just needed to be more saturated for me to like it, but moving it further away from yellow in any way seems to be nice for me. Less saturated. Like that feels like a nicer red to me, even if we wanted to keep it with the red it was. Is it maybe a little bit more distracting? Yes. But we could just slap the bottom to top gradient on it and it would push us to look up to his face more, yeah. No, no, not blue and blonde. No, we don't yearn for blue and blonde. No. Iron. It is Adam Warlock and we're modifying him because I don't like him the way that he is. And I feel like he could have gotten the Thor treatment where we've got the same color undertone for all of the metal on him. We could have taken this into like a much deeper blue color undertone. Also, to make it more interesting. This is probably gonna be too strong, maybe. Oh, never mind, hang on, here. Whoa! Nope, hang on. I got this. Yeah, blue undertone. Might feel too America themed if I do this, but we'll see. But I just want more variety. I don't know. Do these things actually make it better? Good question. To me, it kind of does. There's a reason Super Saiyans are blonde. Besides the typical one where my characters have lighter hair, skin, or clothes in the comics manga industry, coloring and shading is expensive and takes forever. Ah, interesting. Okay. It's faster to do. But I don't know. Put the time in, okay? Added color makes it easier to look at. Yeah, I think this is improvements. I don't think this is all the way there, but I think it is working in the right direction. Also, Volky, thank you for following. Once tried getting rid of both his good and evil, and they both manifested into beings that became everyone's problem.
The children yearn for the minds. Shrewmates yearn for blue and blonde.
Is it the Shrewmates that yearn for the blue and blonde, Gary? Or is it the Marvel Rivals designers? Unclear. In the base pose, the staff looks like a mini crossbow, so I was confused until he waved it around. Oh, it does. You're right. It does kind of look like a crossbow. Also, if I were to try and guess what his deal is as a character, I do get a little bit of the Astro vibe from him. I do get it. He's very retro-futurist in just the shape of his collar, and I'm glad they just gave him a stock standard cape for it. It works out. Not a good excuse. It's the primary one I see. It's a reason. I don't think it works as an excuse, but it is a reason at least. The Sovereign is generally wear more blue. Interesting. Is he trying to distance himself from them, maybe? Unclear. But color. Disaster. I really don't like his color design at all. He is probably the worst color designed character in the game. The hair is not nice. It just bugs me entirely. The color undertone feels washed out in the black tones. Blech. Silhouette, on the other hand, not bad. It's not perfect. I wish he had a little more going on with it. It's just cape and shoulders, but honestly, we graded some of the girlies worse for having less, so, or better for having less, so, Although we did have the question of, was this Doctor Strange, is this Bucky, so maybe I put it here. Complexity versus clarity is fine for me. The detailing on his skin is maybe just a little much. I wish it was maybe a little less high contrast, but it's okay. Gold's a very soft metal, shouldn't he be covering up? Good point. Gold is very malleable. I just see what you think of the Guardians of the Galaxy game design for him. We'll see that in the cosmetics probably, won't we? Complexity versus clarity. I wish they subdued his texture on his skin, just maybe a little more for focal points. It is definitely his collar, which points me down to look at his belt, unfortunately. His face really holds nothing here. The thing on his forehead is Infinity Stone, FYI. What thing on his forehead? He has something on his forehead? What thing on his forehead? The medal? Question mark? Or what do you mean, in the MCU variant? We'll see. Oh, there's even like more pattern happening on him. Oh, in the comics. Okay, he doesn't have it here. Okay, okay. Focal point is not really focal pointing for me, unfortunately. It's just his shoulders. His head really doesn't even attempt to compete because of the low contrast. Concept and motifs, I will give. He is a man made of gold. He is kind of a perfect man in some way. He's supposed to connect and heal souls with a gentle touch. I don't think I look at this man and think healer. But I at least get like the retro future aspect of his design where he's getting a little bit of cosmic things, which maybe go into the quantum magic angle. Be like there. He's gold because he's got to be the perfect man in some way, shape, or form. It looks different from the body texture wise. It does also, which I think they're trying to make the head maybe more detailed in the way that the shading is happening. I don't know. I think Thanos will be a character, so it makes sense it's absent. Yeah, there is a pattern on the shoulder thingies, but this level of pattern that he has on the shoulder thingies is the level of pattern he should have on his body if he's gonna have it. It's subtle, where at a distance, it's not jumping out at us and being overwhelming, but when we zoom in, it's a nice little added bonus. It's a nice little taste, nice little touch of interest. Lines make it look more synthetic. I understand, but they could have made some of them bolder. The thing with shape that is the problem I have with it is that if we're designing something that is meant to be patterned in some way, this is sort of like all over pattern, the way it is on his skin, where I feel that it would work better if it was pattern that was segmented by shape size. You should have big shape, medium shape, small shape, if we're doing pattern. But he really doesn't have all of those things. It's all of the gaps between lines are more or less the same width. Like this is a little bigger, but like this shape is more or less the same width as all these other little shapes, especially through here. And I think that's why it bugs me. The Sovereign are not typically good people because they're creator, but came out wrong. He had all the power but didn't submit to his creator. But Adam. Oh, okay, I see. You're good, don't worry. You're doing just fine typing today. I see what the lines are doing. They're just maybe a little overwhelming for me. So, points here. 1, 2, 3, 5.5. I think that's fair. I think 5.5 is fair for him, unfortunately. A color palette. Let this be a warning to you. A color palette can really sink your ship, unfortunately. He's missing some things. I think he's missing things, for sure. We go to the cosmetics. This version works better for me. And I can't even fully articulate to you why that is for me. Maybe it's the green that I like more in the color palette. But this feels less mismatched. And I think the skin tone is working better. He's still too shiny for me. Still hate it, that's fair. I want this but brunette, but I fear that this but brunette might be confused for Loki. So I think as a result, some of the trouble that we're going for here is just in the design itself, and it can't be saved by just making color changes, unfortunately. Posted something? Oh, design from the Guardian game. Oh, because it's not in game. Oh wait, no, there's one in game. There's this. We have this in game, which, whoa. Once again, I don't know how I feel about this one either. This is an entirely different guy. They beefed him up for this one. This is interesting. Whoa. I don't know how I feel about any of these designs particularly. I like the longer hair. Yeah, I liked the longer hair. This feels just like evil Superman, and then this specific, like, wolf head shape? I'm trying to think of what the reference point for that is, because I recognize that from something, and I'm thinking Greek for some reason, but I don't know why. But I don't think I like this one either. My other question is, if we're going for gold skin tone, why couldn't we go for a warmer undertoned gold? I think the yellow is kind of uncanny for me. No, there's an entire Guardians of the Galaxy game. Oh, is that what this is down here? Is it for the game? Raccoon skull, actually? Yeah, most of the time when you do see a skull that we think is a wolf or a fox or something like that, it is a raccoon. Because they have a much better profile, or at least front face. I know this because I have a friend who's a tattoo artist and she gets driven nuts by it. But I don't know if I understand this. I am the Warlock mom and I'm done with being ordered around. Oh, okay, interesting. Does the raccoon have any relation to his character? Yeah, this design feels very generic to me. He feels generic supervillain. Unfortunately. He doesn't have a motif is the problem. They said make everything angular and make everything stripes that repeat a lot, and we'll put one little wolf thing on your collar. We're going to make your silhouette almost nothing. And that's it. That's all we're giving you. I don't like that one. This, I like what they're playing around with in these little versions. This is a skin as Adam Red for being born. He's still a dumb kid. Okay, see? Interesting. Slightly better than the first one in terms of color. I like this in some ways. I still don't, oh, we're just blocking his face. I still don't like the fact, okay, hang on. Okay, I can't copy it. Oh my god, come on. Screenshot then if I must. Give me this, please. This, with the original hair silhouette of this, in brown hair, is interesting, but it's just so much pattern all over the place again. I feel like I don't know if we've worked out the best way of depicting this man in any of the iterations yet, unfortunately. This one, on the other hand, is very cool, but once again, feels like an entirely other character. I get Snake. Yeah, this is giving Snake. This is much more evil feeling. I could understand neutrality from some of these other two skins from the default in Marvel Rivals, but this down here feels evil, inherently. Glad you saw it. Yeah. Love this skin. This skin is cool. I like this. I like that we're getting some asymmetry back into it with, you know, the shoulder piece and, you know, the bracer or gauntlet type of thing. He's got a book. I fear that a lot of these things happening that are in this costume don't read as being the same character. I get that they're trying to use the mask being gold to be his skin being gold, but I feel like because we can't see his skin, we aren't making the connection that it's him. Because the only discernible things about him as a person outside of his clothing are his haircut and his skin, and we've lost both of them here. It feels a little bit, I don't want to say Egyptian, because I almost thought Egyptian for a second, but it feels kind of Skyrim-esque to me. Cult skin. Yeah, the forbidden word. I could see it being that one too. More healer, a bit more brutish one. Yeah, I could see healer more. It's giving a little bit of like nun habit. The Magus has purple skin, red eyes, and pure white hair. Interesting. Does the Silence Peasant pose for his MVP? Oh my god, okay. Dark Brotherhood. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Yeah, Dark Brotherhood. It's okay. Is it cool? Yeah. Does it look like him? No. I fear that that's a problem with a lot of these Battle Pass skins that are from this game exclusively, is it a cool skin? Yeah. Does it look like the same character? No. Unfortunately. Who next? Let's see. Also surprising, I'm surprised Jovi's not home. Oh wait, that was everyone? No way. Oh wait, no it's not. I'm on the wrong thing. Hang on. Here he is. We have a couple left actually. Who's this? Who's this man? This is just beefier Adam Warlock, right? This is just beefy Adam Warlock. Same exact haircut, by the way. This is just him, but beefier. Same guy. Actually, not even that much beefier. This guy just has more of a side profile happening. Armed and dangerous, again. I mean, I know it's Bucky. I'm sure you do know it's Bucky. I'm sure you do. Again. Again what? Again what? And again, and again, and again, and again, and again. I don't know what we're referencing here. And again. And again. But I know Marvel. Okay, that's fair. Armed and dangerous. What? Is this a quote about him? Oh, it's his alt. Oh, okay. I was like, huh? Guy wearing gear. Is it Solid Snake? Is this Solid Snake? This could be Solid. Actually, it can't be Solid Snake. His legs are too thick, I think, for Solid. I'm mistaken for Hawkeye if he had a bow. That's true. This is like Buffer Snake. Guy wearing gear. I think it's funny that the guy who goes by looks like a dude goes by his first name rather than his title. That's fine. Gets to use it again every time he eliminates someone. Oh, so you hear it a lot. Too flat for Solid Snake. That's also true. But I could be persuaded to think this is a Solid Snake fan art if the opportunity arose. So my point here is this G.I. Joe? Is this beefier Adam Warlock? It's okay. It's not great. Like, just looking at these guys, it's like, this is just man with long... Is Wolverine just Winter Soldier with his hair grown out to some degree with the way that their hair is? It's so similar. Just a super soldier with a metal arm. It's fine, he can just look like a regular guy, but he doesn't. He's still super, super beefy. There he is. Here he is. His color palette being very washed out and green undertone, I will excuse because he is meant to be in camo, but I wish it didn't feel washed out. It could feel like it's desaturated, but it feels washed out. This is just a dude. Is this the 2099 again? Which is why he looks like there's like tech patterning in everything he's wearing. It reads military? Yeah, I think it's meant to. It's supposed to read military. Yep, okay, good guess. I see, okay. The tentacles the arm has in the game do help, but you rarely see him. The what? The what he has? The what he has in the game? The tentacles? Come again? No, it's just Bucky? Oh, okay, just Bucky. Just regular Bucky, okay. Whatever that means. His metal arm turns into tentacles. That's sick and cool and not an angle I expected from him. What? Yeah, I know his arm is cybernetic, but just tentacles because of Hydra. Oh, I forget that he was bad guy. I forget that's a part of him. I forget that he was not the best. he had to be redeemed, question mark, or he came back over from Hydra. He doesn't look like a bad guy. He doesn't look like a villain to me, despite having kind of a scary mask. Is that an AG sticker on the pocket? On what pocket? His pocket? Pockets. Oh, does he have a nice EG magnet on his shoulder? He could get a nice EG magnet on his shoulder. He's not anymore. Yeah. He was brainwashed. Anti-hero, yes, we love him anyway. Okay, so, for him, little pops of red, kind of nice. I'm glad they're there. I wish there's maybe like 1 or 2 more pops of red, especially in his mask. Because if I go like this, focal point shoulder. And overall, for me, his eyes do end up kind of focal because of the dark elements around them, but I fear that the red is a little distracting, and his whole outfit just kind of merges together for me a little bit. It turns kind of blah in the 3D render. Take a notice of the difference between the way his colors are working here and here, where this is more yellow. Hang on, I don't have a cursor. Hello, can I have a cursor? This, more yellow in the undertone. It's more interesting. This is a richer black. This is a richer green-gray. I don't know why his camo is so much more desaturated in the game. I know we're going for all greens, we're going for camo, which is good. But this still works as a camo-based design for me. Whereas the other one feels too desaturated, unfortunately, in game. Arm being focal isn't horrible because it's important to his character. Yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm fine with the arm being focal because also it's probably very closely related to how he fights. If I'm remembering anything from him from movies, maybe. Trying to hide his face, not surprised the focal point be elsewhere. Yeah, that's also true, I guess, yeah. So if he's using the arm to fight, it's okay that it's more focal. That's fine, that's okay. Posted arm in live suggestions. His arm is how he ults. And we can just look at his arm and how he ults. I think I can look at it here. Oh yeah, crack and impact, I'm gonna guess. You guys might not be able to see it very easily, but whoa! Neat! Okay, that's cool. I would have never seen that coming. from him, but I like that as an angle. I wish we were getting like a hint at it in his design, some sort of Kraken hint, but the fact that it comes out of nowhere is also kind of neat in and of itself. But for me, the colors in his in-game are a little bit slightly too washed out. Maybe it's a lighting problem, but they're just a little too washed out for me, ever so slightly. Focal point is fine, being his arm. I'll give him that. The focal point's kind of all over and everywhere because most of it is the same value. Wait. I'm gonna wait, hang on. Can I make my point clearer by going like this? I'm going... Be a correction layer. Steal your saturation. My man is like almost exclusively the same value. The only real value changes are in his arm. Like this is slightly darker, but his legs are entirely one value, which is only maybe one step away from the value of his arm, which is also only maybe one step away from the value of his shirt. But I'm willing to bet that if we look at his, nope. Yep. If we look at this, I'm willing to bet there's not. I thought there might have been more steps between, but maybe I'm being tricked by the fact there's a sweeping gradient. But see how some of the elements around his face are reading as brighter here? Arm was more cabled to hint at the tentacles. Yeah, like I feel like there could be cool ways we could hint at that and add another motif to his design. It's fine. It's fine. Silhouette. I wish there was more. Stretch? I will. Thanks. Ooh, I still didn't eat any of my fish crackers. What is wrong with me? Also, where is my Jubby? Jubby is not home yet from work. Unusual. Silhouette. I wish there was more, adding some exaggeration to his silhouette. Like, why is his fake arm not much bigger than the other arm? I feel like that'd be cool. Why do these things on his shoulders not stand up higher? Make them stand up higher. Can I draw? Hello, please, please. Like, I don't know. Hang on, it's not being clipped. Like, make these like really big and exaggerated. Exaggerate the size and shape of his arm. All of those things. Is he a stealth character? That's a good question. I don't have the answer to that. Is he? Awesome model. Thank you. Me? I made myself. I grew the flesh that you see before me organically in Blender. Thank you. Lucifer Melanine. Also, thank you for following. With his arm was more yeah. Arm being more cabled would be cool. The arm being bigger would be cool. Add more to his silhouette, maybe, please. In the comics he is? Okay. Not in game, but in lore. Oh, okay. I see. I don't know. This is just one of those ones of, give me more. If he's not trying to be stealthy, like, I don't know. Give the pants, like, a baggier silhouette at the bottom. Give me, like, the Cloud Strife pant shape, where it flares out much more at the bottom. Cloud Strife is the peak of soldier-type character design. You can't change my mind. But come on. Like, you know, this is more tactical if they're baggier. They're looser. They're easier to move in. You're not gonna get stuck on things. His arm look like braided, like, metal muscles instead of plates? Yeah! There's interesting things they could have done that would have helped his silhouette be more different, because even from the silhouette, it's just too one-to-one mimicking the exact shape of his other arm for me. I don't even read in silhouette that this arm is anything other than a human arm, unfortunately. I don't know. Soldier, he's the peak of soldier, literally first class. Yes, my man Strife sure is. But this man is also a soldier. Who's also a really good soldier, theoretically, apparently. But I don't know. He's not exaggerated enough. And he's the same haircut as Adam Warlock and as Wolverine. So the men in this universe, accurate to reality that all men do have one of like 3 of the same haircuts right now, it seems like. More variety, please. He had it first, I think. Maybe he didn't have it first. Whoever had it first, keep it. Give something else to the other guys. There's other long hairstyles other than center part. Come on. But silhouette, anyways. Give me brush. Silhouette. He's identifiable, I guess, but he could be better. He's identifiable to those of you who know him, looking at him. Those of you who are fans recognize him, but people who don't would not see. Oh, Adam first, way first. Okay, Adam keeps the hair. Lose the hair, Bucky. Do something else with it. They have Miles Edwards bangs. They do. They've got their anime girl hair vents a little bit. Maybe that's also why I'm thinking Final Fantasy. He's got a little bit of like Sephiroth bangs ever so slightly and shortly. Good soldiers follow the rubric. Good soldiers like Cloud Strife get an 8 out of 10. Soldiers like this one don't. Soldiers like this one might get a lower grade than 8 out of 10. Complexity versus clarity is okay. I wish there was more contrast in his color palette ever so slightly, because I fear that that may be a clarity thing in his legs, where the armor for his knees just blends straight in. Focal point, we decided that his arm being the way that it is fine and being focal, because that's important to lore and it's also important to his gameplay, so that's fine. Bucky, before becoming Winter Soldier, had a high and tight like cap. Oh, yeah. Military style haircut. I get what they're going for. They could have made it more chaotic if they're trying to make it seem like, oh, you know, he's been brain controlled. He's being mind controlled. He's doing things against his will. He's totally 180'd from the type of character he was before. Against his will. Make it crazier. I don't know. Make it longer. Make it spikier. Make it taller. Do something. There's something you could do with it, I'm certain. Hopefully. Oh, bye, Selma. Thank you for heading out, Selma. Enjoy your evening. But I think this is a fine grade for him. What is this, 8 out of 10? He's okay. Honestly, I still feel like I'm being too nice about his silhouette compared to the other characters. I still feel like I'm being too nice. Original Bucky's more like Robin. Ah, okay. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I fear I'm being too nice about his silhouette still, but I'll give him an 8. It's fine. It's okay. We can give it a round of applause, maybe. We don't have to. This? Who's this? Comparatively. This is just bald Bucky, right? This is bald Bucky. This is slightly leaner Bucky. This is Bucky without his shirt on. I don't think if I wasn't a fan of Marvel, I would know who he was. That's the problem, maybe, is that if you hadn't played the game based in silhouette, you would not know. When I see Bucky, all I heard again and again and again. That seems to be the case. The Iron Giant, Sticky Thanos, only because he's hovering, Thanos minus glove, Metal Male, Iron Bucky. The pose does give it away, yes. Pose does give it away here. This is Iron Man. We did talk about him last time. I had some troubles with him. Iron Man, sadly. So who's this? We've got the same... You've got a cape. Round dome of a head. Shoulders. And shoes. You've got the same shoulders as a couple other characters do, kind of. At least they're more exaggerated. Spider-Man, no. The cape does a lot. Yeah, apparently the cape does a lot for this one. The cape is most of why this works. Oh wait, I'm skipping ahead. We're supposed to look at Bucky's skins. Hang on. Let's look at his cosmetics real fast, quick. Revolution. This is an entirely different... Those men were Bucky Barnes, and Bucky Barnes is gone. Now I'm the man who's gonna upend your world. Who is this? Sentinel of Liberty? Who is this? This looks like an entirely different man. Sad boy MVP. There's a point that will mess you up that still it looks like Dr. Doom with the hood down. Ugh. I'm sure it does look like Dr. Doom. I don't know who that is. The only thing I know about Doom is that he has something to do with MF Doom. That's all I know. That's Mag. Okay, this is Magneto. Nope, hang on. We forgot to do the skins. This is a very different looking character. Yeah, 5-pointed flowers, probably symbolic. I'm getting different cultural references here. Maybe it's a star. It probably is a star. The arm being metal is even less noticeable here because his sleeves is almost the exact same color as it is. This isn't Bucky anymore, visibly to me. I think they've lost a lot of the elements that make him appear like Bucky. He still has a little bit of evil in him from the red and the hair in his face. I don't know. Yeah, the tech boots don't help the metal arm feel like it's something that stands out about him. I don't know about this one. Cool design, different guy. Like if China got him instead of Russia. Oh, maybe. be, but then at the same time, there are some things, like, maybe that'd be more Mongolian. I don't know. Bucky captured by Imperial Japan instead of USSR. Yeah, I'm seeing more, we're getting a more Asian reference. Probably from the collar type, the hairstyle with the high bun and the bangs hanging down. This formatting for the star. Geometric patterns. Yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But I don't recognize it as him, unfortunately. As the Hydra arm is lost. Yeah. Who's this? They changed. Here's the problem here, is that they actually changed every single thing about this character for this one. He is now, has white hair, a big scar. He had the scar on his eye before, but now the scar is more apparent. There's no mask, so his face isn't covered. He's dressed in all black and reds. There's no green. I still have the arm. Is this Cable? Question. Who is this? This is a different guy. I'm glad they had fun with the vampire skins, but this is very different. This is so incredibly different. This feels like Belmont Brother. That is just Cable. Is it? Hold on, post a picture of Cable in live suggestions. I'm familiar with Cable from, unfortunately, watching a Deadpool movie once. That's Cable, right? Question mark? Wait, no. Is that a different guy? No, that's Cable. Yes? Questioning my knowledge. I'll avidly await to see. Yeah, Deadpool 2. Did I see, was it Deadpool 2 that I saw that? Unclear. I don't know. I'll check and see the original. Or, oh, yeah, here's the Hydra Kraken limbs. Cable or Colossus? Oh. There's Colossus in the first one. He's all made of metal, right? Right. I don't know who these people are. I can just Google him also. Cable, Marvel. Nope, Google, please work with me. Why does he have an Uber saw? Good question. You mixed him up last stream. Oh, I bet I did. Okay, hang on. Cable, Marvel. Let's see. Oh, you're right. I still think I am still messing them up. Oh, you're right. This is just him. Oh my gosh. Big chunky gun plus metal arm and a warm palette with the scar. I wonder if they did that on purpose, where they're trying to reference another character with him, because you can't look at this guy and tell me they're not the same guy. This is not who this is supposed to be. Look at that. The only difference is like the gold color, but like it's the haircut mixed with the like sunken eyes and almost like this, it's not scar, but it's the bright like glowing color from the one eye. It's just like the same guy. Interesting. Okay. Nope. Not supposed to be. Okay, those were the skins for him. Oh wait, other than his recolor. This is like tech future feeling Bucky. I fear that he is not functioning as camo anymore. This could have been like a cool alternate camo pattern. They could have done a like naked snake situation and made it, or not, no, wrong snake. Venom snake situation and just gave him customizable camo. Almost. Yeah, the hair was even the same between those ones. It was. Look back to see what the characters I missed. You put Sue next to her stalker. Her stalker? What do you mean stalker? Huh? What? Bucky from Ratchet and Clank? What? No! Bucky if he was what are the things called? What are they called? Lombaxes? Lombax Bucky. He stalks her, he's obsessed with her? Oh, okay. That's unfortunate. That's not great. Cop Bucky. Oh no! This is like police colors Bucky. Oh. Yeah, I don't know if I like this one. Also, it lost the interest. I liked the red in the other one, and this one doesn't have the red anymore. We've gone for blue. It's monochromatic. It ain't it for me. Nope. Namor wants Invisible Woman to leave. Mr. Fantastic for him. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Interesting. Intriguing. This character. We did guess who this was properly. This is in fact Magneto. We looked at earlier. But man, once again, silhouette. Like, I feel like there's more we could do with the silhouette here. Like, exaggerate the big rounded shapes on top, maybe? I don't know. Oh, him having this floating disc behind his head is good if they give him that in game. I don't know. Not like the glowing star. I wish they gave him purple. Somehow it's even less contrast. Oh, Froggy, thank you for following. I wish this guy had more contrast because everything is kind of everywhere as far as the colors go. Here, do you see how we have distinct blocked regions of, okay, hello, can I please operate this? Clear blocked regions of, you know, I can make out clearly that leg. This is all darker. Look at these cutouts and all this stuff that makes shapes. This is making a bigger shape. In the game, because this color on his knee becomes pretty much the exact same value as this on the leg. It's too similar. It's too similar. It's too similar. Want to give him red and indigo? I don't know. I see rivals and I follow. Fair. Character designer me loves this game. I overwhelmingly do love most of the character designs. Unfortunately, you've found me at a point in time where we are talking about some of the ones that I don't know if are as strong, but we gave out some pretty close to perfect scores earlier in the stream. Yeah. All design is much better. Yeah, the color palette, it's boring. The colors are too similar in undertone. There's not enough contrast between things, but we're not getting clear delineation of shape for the legs like we are in the reference art for the 3D model. And then all of the weight is once again in his shoulders for visual weight, just like every other male character in this game, pretty much. And at that, most of the other characters who have things happening in their silhouette that are male have just like pointed things coming off their shoulders that are all exactly the same shape. I don't know, give him like using round motifs for him. Make this like really bubbly or something. Make these little bubbly things taller even. I don't know, do something to make him different. Please, please, I beg of you, please. Really love Wanda and Mantis design. We gave Wanda, what, like a 9.5 out of 10? She did pretty well. We didn't look at Mantis. 5 time, oh wait, I have 10 minutes. This is the last one I had for us. We can look at someone else real quick because Joey's not home. We can look at one more character. We can vote on who I look at the end. But just give me something in the color, or in the silhouette that makes this different than the other dudes. Can we make these like round lumpy orbs or something? I like his floating disc around the back of his head, and I'm glad he has that. That's doing a lot for silhouette, but him himself, without it, not great. OG design and live suggestions? Okay, let's see. Whoa, whoa, very different. Oh my gosh. I fear this is still kind of generic, unfortunately. But the color is so interesting. Whereas the color is kind of boring, unfortunately. Speedo Man! Was Loki done already? No, we didn't look at Loki yet. So for this, silhouette, it's okay because he's got the floating ring. I want more from it. The color design, really boring. Things are merging into each other entirely everywhere on the design. The red is sparsely used in a way that does make me look at his face, but does make me look other places just as much because all of the red is used in similar proportioning wherever it is used. Let's see. Silhouette. Eh. Color palette. Eh. Honestly, I should be harsher about it. Too many things, too much banding. It makes it feel overcomplicated to me also for the fact that he is just wearing all one metal, unfortunately. Focal points. It is his face, more or less, for the most part, thankfully at least. I will say this, Magneto's always had a simple silhouette in most of the major appearances. As long as you can tell he wears a cape and rounded helmet, possible to tell to a degree. Though for the average Joe, yeah, it's not too distinct. Yeah, we're trying to, like, outside of people who really, really know the game really well or know the characters really well, if they were to just line up all of these silhouettes against each other or have these characters against each other and try and guess who is who based on silhouette with just a little knowledge, it would be hard, it would be challenging. Additional backstory on Magneto. He didn't really become a mutant supremacist until people wanted mutants to register or reminded him too much of what happened in World War II. Understandable, because registering as anything that could be something used to identify you as being different from, in air quotes, the status quo is gonna be dangerous. So I don't blame him for being concerned about that. I think Mag has a costume with the classic colors. I'm interested to see it then. Concept and motifs. He bends metal, his clothing is all entirely metal. I don't, and the secondary color being red for taking like classic magnet, you know, like, you know the magnet, the one that looks like this, and then the tips are white. We do tend to associate red with magnets, so I can see why it may be used here. So I can see him being all metal for being Magneto, that's fine. I don't think I'm missing anything conceptually from him inherently here. Warrior made him unbreakable to steely brandishes. It kind of works. Most of the dudes have similar armor to this. Yes, they do, which is why I wanted more exaggeration. But concept-wise, I think it's fine. Helmet's meant to protect him from mind-reading powers. That's funny. It's like, not to say like a tinfoil helmet, but almost kind of adjacently. Kind of. Oh, yep, keep watching. Go ahead, we can keep listening to the music. That's acceptable. I see I missed Emma. Mind if I share the comic cover that shows off all her costumes? We looked at one that showed a bunch of her costumes, but you can share it if you want. It might not be the same one, but it could be one. What is this grade here that we got? We got 2, 4, 5, 6.5, 7 out of 10? I think that's fair. I just fear that this guy is missing some polish, unfortunately. It just feels like something is missing. I have too many characters open that we don't need open. He's just kind of bland compared to some of the other characters who are really exciting and interesting to look at. Magneto's also really strong. He doesn't just control metal, can generate a strong enough magnetic field to pump blood around his body when his heart was destroyed. Whoa, crazy. Destabilize the Earth's magnetic field. That is wild. Okay. Intriguing. Let's look at his cosmetics. Let's see. Recolor. Oh, they made him more purple for this one. Honestly, this works better for me as far as the color making the details not feel as overwhelming to me. This would score him better in complexity, but I fear the focal point of his face isn't working as well as it could be. I wish this purple on his glove was happening on his helmet, because I think that would work better for focal point and color interest. I don't know. His main rival friend has the massive metal control power, so the helmet is there to counter him being Professor X. Oh, mental control, not metal. Yeah. Strong to change the world's magnetic field or create one if there wasn't one. My choice for his main skin is very far from his original interpretation, skin that is closer to match the original. Yeah, I think I see it here. This, I think, is a step up in terms of clarity for me, in terms of getting the complexity under control. No change to silhouette, it's just a recolor, but the focal point doesn't work as well for me, unfortunately. This is, I think, the one that you guys are talking about being a reference to his older iterations. I fear that this helmet maybe slightly loses me, that it's Magneto. I feel like the whole point of his helmet, he's one of the only ones where I would not take points off for bullet head, because to me at least, I think I associate the super perfectly rounded top with him, but if this is a Magneto and you guys can see it very clearly, then I won't worry about it. This is much more distinctly the colors I think we associate with him, though. Helmet is weird. I think it's just too tall. The helmet is almost like a Wolverine type helmet here, maybe. Oju's already mostly black and gray. Weird shiny Pokemon situation. Interesting. For me, I think this needs the classic bottom to top sweeping gradient situation, so we'll look him in the face, and we need more variation in color undertone from these reds and purples, but honestly, it's okay. They're trying to make an M with the helmet. Okay, makes sense. With the Wolverine helmet, they're trying to make a W, which this could also be read as a W. But I see what you mean, that they're probably trying to make an M, similar to how the logo on his belt is. I fear for me that oh, there's like a funny tech pattern on his back, that a lot of the characters here don't have primary and secondary motifs, so they end up feeling slightly generic to me as heroes, where he's a hero. Some spikes. What are the visual motifs? What if he gets poison abilities? Yeah, if I was just making a guess what the power is here, he's floating, which would tell me something at least. I would think maybe this is like a telekinesis thing if I didn't know any better. I don't know. This man is a villain. Yeah, we would know that from looking at him. True. Also, I think we could guess that pretty well. Still technically a villain. Yeah, okay. These colors are more fun, but I don't know if they're fully resolved either. And then King Magnus. This is a different man. I mean, out of the helmet, maybe people who recognize him will recognize him still. I'm glad they kept the cape and the wide shoulders. But this is, once again, a hoomst. House of M from the Season 1 Battle Pass. Electricity technically gives away his magnetic powers. Yeah, I guess so. I feel like purple is what I'd get. This man's favorite color is purple and his second favorite color is red, and those are the things to know about him. I like that his helmet is at least being referenced in this little thing hanging on his chest that looks like it should move when I rotate him, but it's not. Is that an iron cross he's wearing? Odd. I know that that exists outside of unwise use cases of it, but interesting choice indeed. Interesting choice indeed. Yeah, Backhaler does a lot for him, though it's sad they didn't add it in the flat art. Yeah, they should have it in the flat art. This does do a lot. That is the signifier for me, at least, that it's him still. Between all of these, it's Miku's pigtails. Oh, wait? Oh, wait, what? Wait, what? I do like the color undertone variation here. I like that this blue in the collar has more of a teal undertone to it with these little more saturated blue highlights in it. It's neat. Him having a literal broken halo is fantastic. Is that a lore thing? It's a lore thing, that would be neat. House of M was a storyline where Scarlet Witch warped reality so mutants would be in control of the world. Ah, okay. Colors are nice here. Yeah, the colors I think are nice here. I enjoy the colors here. If this color proportioning was applied to his default, that would be nice, but I fear that we do need the silver to get the magnetic effect from it. So this probably wouldn't work as well either, unfortunately. Gold metals are notoriously not magnetic. You need something that has iron or other things in it. Dra-dum-who-ate, thank you for following. Was a dictator of the world in that reality. Okay, so maybe that explains some of the symbolism happening here. That would make sense. Oh no, we've gone to an ad break. I was just about to ask for our final character. It's got pyrite. Oh, we could use pyrite, I guess that's true. For our final character that we look at, period, for Marvel Rivals. Who should we look at? We've already looked at Thor. The characters we have looked at. We've looked at Adam Warlock, we've looked at Black Widow, we looked at Captain America, we looked at Cloak and Dagger, Hawkeye, Invisible Woman, Iron Man. We're gonna get through like half their cast, I think. We got Jeff, got Luna, Magik, Magneto, Namor, we looked at Psylocke, we looked at Scarlet Witch, we looked at Squirrel Girl, we looked at Thor, and Winter Soldier, and Wolverine. So our remainers, Loki, Rocket, or Penny. Okay, we did look at Magik before. Loki, Rocket, Penny. Okay. Those three. Are there any others? Hela, Mantis, Human Torch, Bruce Banner, Rocket, Raccoon. Okay, so Rocket and Penny, Hela, Mantis. Okay, interesting. Mantis. Okay, lots of Mantis and Hela. Venom, question mark. Venom is just Venom. I don't really have a ton to say about Venom. I can look at him very quickly and tell you that he's broader and chunkier than any of the other characters are. His silhouette, I wish, had more things going on, but I don't think we would have any problem knowing that this is Venom based on silhouette, especially if I go like this and we see the tongue and the mouth. Venom's Venom. He's like Spider-Man. It's kind of hard to do poorly. It's kind of hard to make a Venom that doesn't look like a Venom. That's it. I know we're not looking at his emotes. I know he twerks. I understand we're not doing that. You can twerk Venom on your own time, but not on the Squeiji stream. Venom's fine. I would say for a Venom interpretation, I would give this probably close to a 10 out of 10. I don't really have any critique. The mouth is very focal by being bright red with the tongue. Not the emotes. No, we're not gonna look at the emotes, no. Coward. I'm not a coward. I'm not afraid of it. I just don't want to. I don't need that in my day right now, you know what I mean? I don't want to, yeah, family friendly, Schmates, please, pretty please. Pretty please, I don't know if Venom twerking is family friendly. But this design in and of itself works for me. I like that they've made him sharper in the claws and he's not just as round. Wish he had less human anatomy. Yeah, I wish they'd lean into making him more monstrous, but as far as recognizability goes, it's Venom. His silhouette is different than the other dudes because they make him just more bulbous in all of his musculature. And he's got his creepy vines coming and going, his tendrils. I can tell it's Venom. Focal point is his mouth because it's the only red thing. He's otherwise fully dark and grayscale. I don't really have much in the way of complaints about him other than maybe I wish they'd push his concept further. So maybe this is like a 9 out of 10 for me. Speed run! Okay, now that you guys are back from ad, we can do a poll for our final character. It seems like the popular character options were Loki was set a bunch, Mantis was set a bunch, Rocket was set a couple times, and I think Penny was set a couple times. So we'll go for those 4, I think. Let me start the poll here. Yep, final character. What did I say? It was Mantis and Loki. Whoops. And Penny. And I think, was the last one I said Rocket? I think it was Rocket. I saw it a couple times. We'll give the girlies and the guys an equal chance here. Yeah, 2 minutes should be plenty. Let me copy and paste this into YouTube so you guys can vote too. Why is there numbers typed in my YouTube chat? There we go, here. Nope. Hang on. Start a poll. Very good. Oh, we've lost music. That's okay. I just need to do copying and pasting really quickly. Penny. And Rocket. There we go. Okay. Polls are started. Go. Vote. No, Hella's crazy? Oh, sorry. She does have a really iconic silhouette. I can just talk about her very quickly while those and still. I'll give her a speed round like I did for Venom, which is that silhouette goes crazy. I love that her headdress is almost like a death metal logo. She's got one of the best silhouettes for the girlies. I can tell all the things I need to know about her character being evil from her cape, and honestly just from how much she's covered. I do have trouble with clarity as far as her, like, capelet becoming the same thing as her helmet, becoming the same as her arms. It's too similar in undertone and in color and value. The green does distract me from her face a good bit, but I am brought back into it. Like, the focal point for me is her torso. Secondarily, I do come up to her head because of all the shapes pointing upwards. Her silhouette is kind of a sword. Yeah, that is true. It is her sword, almost, too. It's neat. I don't know, mostly good. I think, like, off the cuff, I would give her maybe also, like, a 9 out of 10. Focal point needs a little bit of work. Color design could maybe be just a tad more interesting with a little bit more clarity, but she's mostly good. Pop into her skins just for a hot second to see. Whoa, that's neat. This is a cool permutation on her. I like that we're playing with similar shape language for that one. Empress of the Cosmos. Ooh, see, that's another good interpretation too, where they're using sort of like the retro future style. I get very much the Cosmos here. Oh my gosh, the fact that inside her skin is glowing. This might be one of the cooler skins we've seen. This is neat, and I can still tell it's her because of the headdress shape and the shoulder shape and the crazy, like, fingertip covers that make nails in the cape. I think this is a really good example of keeping the elements that made her work. This is a free skin from this is from Season 0 Battle Pass. Is it free? I don't know. But it is very neat. Okay, so Penny won on YouTube with 6 votes. Okay. Currently, Loki is winning on YouTube, but YouTube poll has another, like, 30 seconds. Let me see. So that's 6 votes. Twitch, you might get outvoted by YouTube once more. This tends to happen. YouTube tends to be more intent on their voting. Oh, there we go. Okay. End of time for that one. 22 votes. Loki got 31%, so that means, okay, quick math. Nope, Penny still wins. Penny still won. Okay, Penny will win. Accidentally on Loki, this can't be real. Penny still won. By close margin. Yeah, so we'll get there, but I love this skin, actually. This is a really neat skin. Using the shape language of her crown in a different way, they've kept her silhouette, which makes it recognizably her, and they kept her primary color as green, but then they've modified pretty much every single other thing else, and they've made a neat skin as a result. I think this is how they should be handling some of those other, like, the vampire-y skins and stuff like that. There's a better way of doing it. The red recolor, it's fine. It's too much for me. The red is just everywhere. There's so much banding. I don't know if I like it, but it's okay. Can we start with Loki on the next one? Next one? Maybe further down the line, but this was my second stream for Marvel Rivals, and I only do 2 of these before we do a tier list eventually several months later, so this will be the end of Marvel Rivals for me. After today, unfortunately. We can start with him when we do a tier list eventually, but that's all for today. That'll be all for today once we look at Penny. Well, no, don't cry. It's okay. It's okay. It's alright. Don't worry. Oh, Red Fox, give me like one more. Just go again. Just do this album again. Where's Penny? I am exclusively familiar with Penny from her iteration that is in the Spider-Verse movies. That's it. That's the only thing I know her from. I missed the first. Yay, we did one last week on Thursday. Don't worry, the VOD survives. The VOD is existent if you would like to watch it. Oh, she's very cute. She's such a mech pilot. This is like Evangelion level of like mech pilot, all the way down to like, she's got the little hair clippies. This is so Evangelion. Which I'm sure Evangelion is referencing other things also with it, but this is an Evangelion character, and even the suit is feeling like an Eva. That's crazy. I kind of love it. And she is originally, I think, designed by what's his name from somebody said it earlier, but designed by what's his face from My Chemical Romance, Jared Way. I think so. This is a Spider-Verse character. She's in Spider-Verse. She is a massive Evangelion reference, trauma included. Oh, does she have trauma with her dad? Uh-oh. Jared Way, yeah. Venom Skin's a reference to Ava Unit 1? Hell yeah! I gotta show Jubby this. I gotta show Jubby it. That's so funny. Yeah, you guys got it. You guys spelled his name right, don't worry. So, just looking at her, let me reopen my... Whoops. That's not it. Have fun looking at Clip Studio Paint for like 2 seconds. So, color palette. It's cute. She also gives a little bit of Miraculous Ladybug from the red in the color palette and the little pigtails. I feel like, what's her name? What is her name in Miraculous? I don't remember what her name is. Billy's gonna be so sad. Similar Marinette. She's got similar hairstyle. Yeah, Marinette. Red and similar hairstyle makes me think of Marinette a little bit. But the color palette is nice. I like that it's not just black and white and red. We've got the gold accents as well. We've got a secondary accent color. And then she's got this cooler, more blue undertone gray happening throughout her suit, which makes the white not feel like it's too disinteresting. It's interesting in a nice way. It has a good upper half focus, so we are pushed to not look at her legs and look at the upper half of her body. Her dark hair and this dark, like, top of her shirt does frame her face very nicely. It works. Skin suit's more iconic than the other, or more logic. For this one, I am willing to accept this being a skin-tight suit in the lore of mech pilots often wearing that kind of thing. Penny isn't visible in game. That's fine. Let's look at the front of the creature, which actually is too big. I'm gonna have to download an image. He's too big when I go like this. He's fully off screen. But if we're talking silhouette, super distinct silhouette here is so fully robotic. Was she aged up in game, or color being 14 in the comics? Oh boy, that's a good question. Let me find just like an image of this so I can see. What's his name? What do we call him? Is he just called Spider? SP//DER. Marvel Rivals. Let's see. Did you see my question? Did you watch the Minecraft movie and did you hear people throwing popcorn all over the floor and kids screaming and people pulling fire alarm? I have not seen the Minecraft movie, and I probably will not also. I didn't see the Mario movie. I have not seen the FNAF movie. None of them. I'm chronically offline and I am not a moviegoer. The only movies I watch are the ones that Jubby wants to watch, which are usually like film majory kinds of movies. I say with love in my heart. So unfortunately, maybe I will not end up watching it probably. Let me see if I can get a good image of this robot. Oh yeah, wait, we can kind of see it in this render. Here we go. Oops. Look at this guy, he's cool. As somebody who likes mech design. This is neat mech design. Not lore accurate, the plug suit looks great. Nearly wears her school uniform. Oh. Yeah, school uniform. But I kind of like the plug suit for this. It feels like she is dressed for a fight. She's ready for battle. She's prepared for it. Yeah. Could I get the MC McDonald's meal from the movie though? I'm not buying from McDonald's. I also don't think they sell anything I can eat, do they? Unless I get like a salad. Why would I get a McDonald's salad? Trying to turn A Gundam 2. Yeah, a little bit. Gundam V-Fin. He's got the Gundam V-Fin, but he's got it on his chest instead of on his face. It's neat. I like it. I think that robot design is sometimes the exact pinnacle of color layout design, because you have to pare down your colors, usually only to 1, 2, or 3. You end up with a color for your internals usually. In this case, the internals are black. Then you end up with a primary color, which in this case is red. A lot of the times Gundam characters have white as a main color, unless it's blue or red. And then you end up with a secondary like accent color in the gold. And the proportioning of them follows like exactly the color design hierarchy that we want to see, which is usually we want 60% one color, which in this case is the red, about 30% of another color, which in this case is the black, and then 10 to 20% of a third color, which in this case is gold. And then there's these little silver accents that aren't too distracting for me. They do take the focal point to the knees a little bit for me, but it mostly works. It's good color palette design. It works. I wish there's maybe a little more color undertone variation between the different pieces of metal, but I don't know if I can be that picky because we're assuming it's all the same metal. But the colors work for me. The silhouette is gonna be super, super, super distinct from anything else in this game. I can tell that it's based in Spider-Man, also because of the eye shape and having like a chest emblem. I wish the chest emblem had a little more spider shape going on with it, but that's okay. Does she have something spidery on her? Not really. I was hoping she might have something. Oh, on her back, it's a little bit more spidery in the shape. What is overall very cute? Let's see. What did I say already here? I should be doing this as I yap. I'm yapping. Silhouette. Fantastic. No notes. No problems. Color palette. Also, no notes. Good color undertone variety. Interesting palette design. Nice. Back of the robot has a sticker. Oh, does it? Oh, I see it on like the neck up there. It's kind of like hard to see, but I bet if you're playing in it, it probably puts you above it for the camera angle. Yeah. Spider logo is on the top. She's one of the less subtle spiders. Sorry, more subtle. Yes, she's a little more subtle, but I can look at this and tell that the robot is referencing Spider-Man in the shape of the eyes. I just wish maybe she had just like maybe one more emblem of some sort, maybe? Just give me a little more. Just give me a little more spider. Just a tad, maybe, please. For focal points on her, it's her face. On, ooh, excuse me, I have a hiccup. The suit, it's the big V on the chest for me. But honestly, that's close enough to the face. I don't really think that's a problem. But on her herself, it's perfect. It's right on the face. Spider Buddy comes in close up. I did see that. I did watch that when we were zoomed in on her, perhaps. Oh, I will take a sip of drink. Thank you. I still haven't eaten any of my goldfish crackers that are just sitting here. They are just sitting on my desk. And Complexity versus Clarity. Somehow, I fear that most, oh, thank you for snack time. I will actually eat my snack this time. But mech type designs, just in and of themselves, run the risk of getting too over-detailed and too over-complicated just because they have so many moving parts. And we want to show every single panel line and detail and bolt and all of those things. But somehow, it feels less overwhelming looking at this one than it does looking at some of the other characters that have much more going on and like almost patterning in their outfits. This is like in the happy medium area for me for a mech, where it's got enough detail that describes all the parts. I can tell they're mechanical, they look functional, they've got almost like ball sockets in the like shoulder region. I see the bolts that are holding things together, edges between different pieces of metal where they overlap, and you know, some things are recessed or stick out. But it's not overwhelming for me. It's just enough for me to understand. It's got enough that it feels like there's a little bit of extra there for flavor, for detail work, just for the fact that our eye is going to enjoy some of it, but it's not overwhelming. It's not overdone. And same deal with her. They've really pared her down to the essence of what we need to understand that she is the pilot of this suit, which is, they put her in the plug suit, they at least gave her a little bit of a silhouette for her wrists, and her hair gives interesting silhouette at least too, more so than the other girlies in the skin-tight clothing have. And I think she's shorter than them too. But, what is that, 9.5 out of 10? That's a good note to end on. I'm pretty happy ending on a 9.5 out of 10. We can look at her skins real quick. But I would say that's pretty good. Bit like sport motorcycle in its details. It kinda. Yeah, the head almost reminds me of a motorcycle helmet in some ways too. I can see what you mean. Yippee! Really good score, fantastic job, girly. Yeah, so here's the thing. The characters in this game do exist in the range between, what, like a 5.5 and a 9.5? I don't think we got a perfect 10 for this game. But the characters mostly are either leaning into like the 9-ish area, like 8 9s, or they end up in the 5s. Like there's not much in between. We get like 1 or 2 characters that are a 7, but it really feels like they're separated. Oh no, you're right, Jeff was a 10. Jeff was a 10, that's true. We had nothing to pick apart about Jeff, never mind. So as I was saying, the characters tend to lean one way or the other. They're either fantastic and really strong and I don't have a lot to say about them, or they're like, the color palette isn't there, the silhouette isn't there, like XYZ, like 19 different things are not working for me. So it's really, it's inconsistent, unfortunately, but the good character designs are really good. Squirrel Girl, really good. Penny Parker, really good. Hi, Billy. They're either really good or they're missing something, unfortunately. We can look at the skins real quick here before I have to go and eat some dinner. Let's see, so which one? You said one of these is a reference to, oh my god, wait, this is. Wait, I can't zoom out. Oh, the hair is interesting. The green and purple. Addie is no longer, May is no longer. We are one, we are Venom. This is her Venom skin. I would say for this one, the focal point doesn't work quite as well for me. Yeah, this is Ava Unit 1. Yeah. No, not that one, not this one? This is not the one that feels like an Ava unit. This one feels like an Ava unit to me. In that it's green and purple. That's Venom inspired. What's the Ava unit one then? Is it a different one? Question mark? All her skins are Ava references, okay. They changed the shapes of the shoulders to be more cross-like too. Like it has to be. It has to be referenced in some way to Evangelion. It was like cutters, yeah. The Ava one? Yeah, I think so. The trauma skin suit absorbed her and a friend. Uh-oh, not good. The hair is interesting. She's got like almost like cyber goth hair. Venom is the 01 one. Okay, I see. So it is. Addie was her rival and Venom ate her and Aunt May. Oh my god, ate both of them. Oh, referring to the original Kamen Rider. Okay, we'll see the Kamen Rider one too then. This one I fear the focal point doesn't work as well. The shoes being white all the way down there is distracting. They should have just made them the black internal metal color. Like, and some of these other details could have been that color also. Continuing Xenoblade, positive. A little bit, yeah. I could say that, I could see that. Focal point on this is also lost, unfortunately. I fear that the color design isn't as strong on this skin. Is it cool? Yeah, but I fear we've lost it. Nikomaru mistranslated. Thank you for following. Let's see, and we got blue. Is this the recolor? Yeah, I think this is the recolor. Honestly, I don't mind this as a recolor. If this is, I don't think anything else has changed here. But I don't mind this as a recolor, this is cute. Because the color proportioning is more or less the same, it ends up working pretty much the exact same way. I'd say this is one of the stronger recolors. Probably the best recolor. Yeah, and I like the subtle, we're getting like a cloud motif in the armor on this one. That's cute. Did it have that in this one? No. I like the subtle patterning happening here. Also, thank you for the goo. I appreciate it. And then there's like also little like cute little decals on it and some text. This one's cool. And he hasn't gotten a full skin since launch. Really? Is the other one still just a recolor? Because this looks like a full skin. This is full new modeling. Green recolor is Kamen Rider. Okay, we'll look at the green one then, too. Yeah, this one also works. These two recolors both work because they're using the same color proportioning that the original one used. It's just different flavors, and they still have kept the essence of the characters without losing it just via the character the way like Thor and others did. I would say this is a very good way for them to do the alternate skin colors. These feels like alternate fighters in a fighting game, which I guess is what this is. And I can see the Kamen Rider influence in it. I can't zoom out enough. Man, does it look like a praying mantis. As opposed to a spider. But yeah, I see it. I see what you're saying. It looks good. Like the red on green looks real nice. Yeah! The complementary colors are nice here. There's a whole variety of colors that work out. Here the colors almost look like the different Gundam in a Gundam line. It does also too, yeah. Where's the white and blue / blonde recolor? No, no. Even if they did that, the silhouette would make it so different. No. The red is meant as the color of the original scarf. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah. Oh, see, that's neat. I like that. That works for me. I like that they put the secondary colors in her hair as well. Her hair gets the green or the red and then the teal. They feel very united, where the mech is like the darker color palette version and then she ends up being the lighter color palette version. They get a little duality in them from that. It's good. It's nice. Good character design. You know what I should do? I haven't thought about doing this before, and maybe I can't do it right now. I don't know if I have the time or the willpower to add everything up, but I should add up all the scores I give to the characters and like divide it by however many characters we looked at from each series to give them an out of 10 grade. Although that might not be fair because of which characters I've chosen. But I feel like we got a pretty good broad sampling here of some of the strongest characters in the game as far as character design goes versus some of the weaker characters in the game, design-wise. Maybe I'll do that in the future. Maybe I can do some adding. One criticism I have is I think this game is missing white, blue, blonde characters need more, to be honest. You're so right, actually. Make a mech for your Zero-chan? I fear that making a mech for Zero-chan would be too good. I fear that mechs are just inherently too good in silhouette unless I made my mech like a Steve from Minecraft. But that would be confusing and complex with the concept and wouldn't make sense of my Zero-chan. But anyways, this will about do it for me for today. I went over by about half an hour. I gotta eat my dinner and my snacks. But thank you guys for hanging out. Overall, very wide variety of designs and variety of strength in the designs. I would say that I would rank this up there with like ZZZ perhaps, in the fact that a lot of designs are getting really high grades, but some of the designs get much lower. And I would say that it's still almost maybe comparable, not quite at the level as Reverse 1999 and Cookie Run Kingdom were as far as design went. Yeah. Cardboard mech. See, that's too good of a concept, Rex. That's the problem with the Zero-chan. Too good of concepts here. But housekeeping real quick before I go. Before I have to leave. Tomorrow, we're doing a Q&A. I am doing a creative Q&A. I have done part 1 and part 2 of the Q&A historically previously and had a lot of questions. So many so that I was not able to get through them in 2 streams. Now we're getting to a 3rd stream to answer your questions about 3D modeling or art or character design or freelance work or VTubing or really anything. I wear like 90 hats. I can answer your questions about sailing. I can answer your questions about Northern Shaolin Kung Fu. I can answer your questions about printmaking. Anything. Not anything. Many things. I have approximate knowledge of many things. But if you like, stop by tomorrow, 2 p.m. EST, 6 p.m. UTC. We're doing Q&A live. But I think that's all for me for today. That goes to happen when I know the thing you're talking about. Yeah, it's fun when we know the thing that's going on. Kung Fu, yeah, black belts. But YouTube shrooms, I will say shroom you later. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today, and I will see you tomorrow. Bye.